breaking news into the Fanfare news feed.
I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things, and he would like to come, as I understand it, here to sign it, and that would be great with me. I think they then have to get it approved by their council or whoever might approve it, but I'm sure that will happen.
Wow, that's huge, huge, huge news just breaking actually momentarily just a little while ago. The off again, on again, off again seems to now be on again. It seems as though Zelensky will be coming to the White House to kiss the ring, bend the knee, and take the deal from the United States and Trump. That's monstrous. That is absolutely huge news. I have a whole, it's amazing. I put these shows together. I'm like, I'm going to cover this. I'm going to cover that. And then as you get ready to start covering things, everything blows up. There's no set thing you can do here when you're talking about Donald Trump and what this presidency is doing for America. Amazing. So it appears this week, as Caroline Leavitt and others have said, the deal is going to get done this week, barring, I don't know, Zelensky getting unalived. Because at this point, Trump would have not come out and said it. He came out and said it. So good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. Before that, this dovetails off of that agreement. So once they sign the agreement with Zelensky, you stay away from your liberal friends. If you have liberal co-workers, liberal family members, just back away from them. Because when they hear this, the two things combined, when they hear the fact that Zelensky is waving the white flag, that's going to cause many of them just go, pfft. But if that's not enough, this one will do it. President Trump also just announced that the United States and Russia will start doing, quote, major business together after the war ends. I am in serious discussions with Vladimir Putin of Russia concerning the end of the war and also major economic development transactions which will take place between the United States and Russia. Talks are proceeding, quote, very well. Trump's political philosophy is straightforward. If we make money, we won't have a reason to fight anymore. It's as simple as that. So be extra compassionate with your liberal friends, because this may be a week where people are going to have to take the jump. They're just going to end it. It's just too much. This big cause that they have pledged allegiance, where they put the flag in the halls of Congress and they pledged allegiance to Ukraine, for which it stands, and you were not that important. We needed to ship all of your money over to Ukraine because that's how we launder our stuff, and that's coming to an abrupt halt, it seems, this week. 3-4 years of nothing but shipping our money over there and watching people die needlessly, just to line the pockets of people in the deep state. They should beyond be ashamed. They should be brought to justice. They should be brought to heel. All of them. Every single one of them who pushed this crazy, insane, needless, useless war are now about to meet their maker. And I'm not just talking about him. All right? And then couple that with the fact of there's a report now that says Trump and Vlad have been talking to each other and about to make some money together. Those two things just alone would cause most of these people just to lose their absolute minds. I'm here for it. I am so here for it. I hope you're here for it, because these people deserve everything that's about to happen to them. It makes no sense whatsoever why we were shoveling hundreds of billions over to that country that most people can't even find on a map. It's disgusting. A little bit of housekeeping before we get into the show, because it's kind of kind of related. It is a bittersweet day here in the Cunningham household. Bittersweet. Because we're happy. We're happy with what's been happening. If you guys didn't know, last night the weekends have been fantastic here. As you know, the big guys usually take off Saturday and Sunday, and for Saturday's show you allowed us to be number 4, and for yesterday's show we got the silver medal. Thank you very much. But it's a bittersweet day for us. Quite the bittersweet day, because although our channel is growing and we're making headway, and there may be an opportunity ahead because the big dog on the block will no longer be there. However, the good part of it is, OMG, we're going to have a serious big dog working with Kash Patel. As you know by now, undoubtedly, Dan Bongino is going to be, or is, the Deputy Director of the FBI. I salute Dan. I can't wait to see what he does. I'm here to applaud him. Dude, you've been through the ringer. You got Fox got rid of you. You built something up. And I just want you guys to know how much this man loves this country. And a lot of people probably won't talk about this. I'm going to tell you about it. If nobody else mentions this, let me be the first person to tell you, because it's something that a lot of you probably don't know. I don't know Dan Bongino personally. I don't have any of the details on his books and how he runs his business. But I can tell you, as a man who probably gets anywhere between 150 to 200,000 live viewers per show, an overall viewer of a million plus per show, you have no idea what this man is walking away from to strengthen America. His salary at the FBI might be 150, maybe 200 tops maybe, as a deputy director. I'm going to tell you that Dan Bongino makes more than that per month doing his podcast. Probably much more than that per month. And he's pumping the brakes, has talked to his wife, and he has said, I got to go help my country. I'm like, we need people like that. He answered the call. And it had to have been a very hard decision, but knowing what I see of Dan, it probably wasn't hard at all. Who? Donald Trump. Oh, yeah, put him on. Hey, Dan, I need you. Pam and Kash have talked, and they say you're the guy to be the deputy director. You want it? You don't say no. You do not. You're a patriot. You do not say no. You're like, yes, put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. I will kick some butt. And I just applaud a man who is putting everything he's built on hold. Everything. I don't know how many of you could even look at that and go, I'm making $2.5, $3 million a year doing this, and I'm going to leave that all for the next how many ever years, and I'm going to go make a tenth, a fraction of what I've been making for more stress and more hassle and danger. You know, I'm sitting here in my studio and I turn on my lights and I talk. I'm not in danger. And I'm going to go into the belly of the beast in Washington, D.C. And I'm leaving my family, my business, everything behind because I'm serving my country. And I don't care what New York Times says. I don't care what any libnut on any of these stations say. They probably couldn't do that. They probably wouldn't do that. And Dan answered the call. Dan answered the bell and said, I'm in. Coach, I'm in. And to that, my first story of the day is saluting Dan Bongino.
Mr. Bongino, Patrick Crucius was white, is that correct?
Sir, I have no idea of I don't know his parentage.
He was white.
Again, I don't know why you're making a racial thing.
Reclaiming my time.
Yeah.
Because Black Lives Matter, sir.
Yeah, all lives matter, sir.
Particularly good mood today. If you only knew. You ever hear that House on Fire song? It's one of his old songs. This guy's on fire, just like the Bailey song. That house on fire. He is on fire, Schiff. 100% success rate of failing. Why is Adam Schiff so worried? Folks, I strongly encourage you to go back and take another look today at the Russia collusion hoax. I know it's a story that's old and a lot of people want to move on. I'm going to be straight with you. I don't want to move on. We had the FBI in conjunction with the Department of Justice, officials in Congress, foreign governments, and intel people fabricate a story, invent a story that could have caused and done serious long-term harm to international relations with a nuclear-powered foe. It's kind of a big freaking deal. I'm not letting it go. And you listen to me. This is going to be very important in the coming days. I'm not letting this go. I want to find out what happened because it can never happen again. Not to a Democrat, not to a Republican, not to a Libertarian, not to any United States citizen. You do not get to alter or try to change the course of electoral politics by fabricating a story, hijacking the justice system then to give the patina of truth to a fake story. You don't get to do that. Why do I bring that up now? Because who is the ringmaster of that circus? Yes, Adam Schiff. And no, I'm not letting it go.
Nobody was held.
I'm going to come back to talking about Dan, but President Trump is talking to Macron right now. So let's go ahead and take this feed and listen in to him talking to him. And for some reason, there's no audio. So I will come back to that. I'm wondering why there's no audio on that. Oh, I know. Give me 1 second. I'll go back to Dan.
Well, I was passionate about it for a reason. How many freaking times are we going to let the FBI interfere in an election? I mean, this is supposed to be a constitutional republic. I'm not crazy, right? Like, this is supposed to be a representative democracy. Banana Republic. We're beyond a banana republic. We're into.
Mr. President,
we reached an agreement with the Ukrainians on the critical minerals deal.
it looks like we're getting very close. The deal's being worked on, and we're, I think, getting very close to getting an agreement where we get our money back over a period of time. But it also gives us something where I think it's very beneficial to their economy, to them as a country. But, you know, we're in for $350 billion. How we got there, I don't know. But that's a lot of money, a lot of money invested. And we had nothing to show for it. And it was the Biden administration's fault. The Europeans are in for about $100 billion, and they do it as in the form of a loan. And the Europeans have been great on this issue. They understood it wasn't fair, and we were able to work something out. But with the Ukrainians, I think I can say that we're very close. Scott's around here someplace, and I think we can say that we're very, hi Scott, I think we're very close. Do you have something to say about that, Scott?
We are very close.
Good.
1 yard line.
All right, good.
Mr. President, security guarantee for Ukraine?
What?
Would a minerals deal include a security guarantee for Ukraine?
Well, it'll be Europe is going to make sure that nothing happens. I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. I think once we settle, there's going to be no more war in Ukraine, and you're not going to have it. It's not going to be a very big problem. That's going to be the least of it.
The Greek media reporting that the U.S. has agreed to shut down a military base in Greece that's been a logistical hub for
That who shut down?
that the U.S. has agreed to shut it down at the request of Turkey and Russia. Is that all true?
Marco, do you have anything to say?
Sure, that's a no. That's a no. Mr. President. Mr.
Is it a
President.
no? You said?
It's a no, sir.
It's not a correct story.
Mr. President, how do you react to people in Europe who say that you are abandoning Ukraine and that you are going to sacrifice the security of Ukraine by making a deal with Vladimir Putin?
Now, we're helping Ukraine like nobody's ever helped Ukraine before. And I can say this, if I didn't become president, Ukraine would right now still be at a level where there would be no even thinking about a peace. And it was, it's a sad thing that this happened. This would have never happened, this war, if I were president. Zero chance. And it has happened. So my function is to get you out of the war, get them out of the war, let them live. It's a bloody war. It's a horrible war. Thousands of people are being killed a week. And I would say Russia, maybe 700,000 people. I think Ukraine probably a similar number. And that's not talking about the towns and the cities that have been blown up. That's talking about soldiers. This has been a horrible, bloody mess. And we're going to get it solved. We got to get it solved. And you know, we're not talking about America's soldiers from this country. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine. But on a humanitarian basis, we have to get this very, very bloody, savage problem solved. And I will say this also, it could lead to World War III if it's not solved. You know, there'll be a point at which it's not going to stop at those two countries. Already there's such involvement from other countries. And it could really lead to a very big war, World War III. And we're not going to let that happen either.
Would you support the idea to send European troops in Ukraine to back the ceasefire?
European troops may go into Ukraine as peacemakers. So when the agreement is done, they can watch that everything is followed properly. I don't think that's going to be a problem. And a lot of the European countries, I don't want to speak for France, but I know that the presidents talked about doing that also. I think that'll be a very good day when we can go in as peacekeepers as opposed to what's going on right now with everybody being killed.
Will they have U.S. backing, those troops going into Ukraine? Will they have U.S. backing from U.S. troops?
Well, we're going to have a backing of some kind, and obviously the European countries are going to be involved. And I don't think you're going to need much backing. I think that's not going to be a problem. Once an agreement is signed, Russia's going to get back to its business, and Ukraine and Europe are going to get back to their business. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Mr. President, will you meet with President Zelensky soon?
What?
Will you meet with President Zelensky soon?
I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office. So the agreement's being worked on now. They're very close to a final deal. It'll be a deal with rare earths and various other things, and he would like to come, and I understand it, here to sign it, and that would be great with me. I think they then have to get it approved by their council or whoever might approve it, but I'm sure that will happen. At some point I'll be meeting with President Putin also, yes. I don't know when we speak. We're trying to get this thing worked out, but at some point I'll be meeting with President Putin too.
Monsieur Macron, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire quelques mots en français?
I can say a few words in French. No, le président l'a dit, je pense que c'est un moment important. C'est un moment important de la discussion. On veut bâtir la paix en Ukraine, et le bilan qui a été rappelé, en réalité, il y a d'1 million de morts et de blessés depuis le début de ce conflit et de cette guerre d'agression. Notre volonté, c'est que cette paix dure, parce que nous avons déjà eu un cessez-le-feu, et une paix qui n'a pas été respectée. C'était les accords de Minsk, 1 puis 2. Et donc le corps de cette discussion, c'est de s'assurer d'abord qu'il y ait un cessez-le-feu, ensuite que les Ukrainiens soient impliqués. Et je pense que ce que vient de dire à l'instant le président Trump est très important, c'est-à-dire qu'il va rencontrer rapidement le président Zelensky pour signer cet accord sur les minerais critiques et les terres rares, et que c'est aussi un moyen d'avoir une implication américaine forte. Les Européens sont prêts à prendre leur charge sous des formes diverses, de soutien à l'armée ukrainienne, de présence, y compris pour s'assurer que la paix soit durable. Et l'implication dans la durée des États-Unis d'Amérique à travers cet accord est une bonne chose. Et donc tout est encore à construire, et je ne veux pas préempter les discussions. Mais nous partageons le même objectif, et ce qu'on a discuté ce matin pendant 1 heure après la visioconférence ensemble, est-ce qu'on va continuer de travailler, et sont pour moi des bonnes avancées. Et l'annonce.
Est-ce que l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine est encore un objectif crédible?
Spoken about this just a moment ago. This is exactly what we want to do. We want to build peace with Ukraine. As President Trump mentioned, there are already 1 million dead and wounded in Ukraine since the war began. We had a ceasefire in the past that was not respected. This was under the Minsk Agreements 1 and 2. President Trump, as he said, will be meeting with President Zelensky to sign a deal on rare earths, and we are pleased to see this very strong American involvement. Europe, of course, also stands ready to support Ukraine in various ways, supporting its military. And we don't want to preempt any sort of discussions that are currently underway, but we do objective of building this lasting peace?
I just want to tell you a little story. So we were at the Eiffel Tower having dinner with your wonderful wife and with my wonderful wife, and we came out and he started speaking the French deal. And we didn't have an interpreter, and he was going on and on and on, and I was just nodding, yes, yes, yes. And he really sold me out, because I got back the next day and I read the papers. I said, that's not what we said. He's a smart customer, I will tell you that. Sure.
How would you qualify your relationship? Mr. President, you called Zelensky a dictator. Would you use the same words without increasing?
I don't use those words lightly. I think that we're going to see how it all works out. Let's see what happens. I think we have a chance of a really good settlement between various countries. And, you know, you're talking about Europe, and you're talking about Ukraine as part of that whole situation. The other side has a lot of support also. So let's see how it all works out. It might work out. Look, you can never make up lives. The one thing you can make up the money, but you can't make up the lives. A lot of lives lost. I think probably a lot more lives than people are talking about. It's been a rough war, but I think we're close to getting it solved. Go ahead.
Doge, sir, do you think that Doge could benefit from more streamlined communications? There was that email telling employees to give 5 things that they've done last week. Agency heads then told people to ignore it.
You're talking about the last email that was sent, where he wanted to know what you did this week. You know why he wanted that, by the way? I thought it was great. Because we have people that don't show up to work and nobody even knows if they work for the government. So by asking the question, tell us what you did this week, what he's doing is saying, are you actually working? And then if you don't answer, like you're sort of semi-fired or you're fired, because a lot of people are not answering because they don't even exist. They're trying to, that's how badly various parts of our government were run by, and especially by this last group. So what they're doing is they're trying to find out who's working for the government. Are we paying other people that aren't working? And, you know, where is all this? Where's the money going? We have found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud so far, and we've just started. We're actually going to Fort Knox to see if the gold is there, because maybe somebody stole the gold. Tons of gold. So I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working. And so we're sending a letter to people, please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
Some of the agency has instructed their employees not to respond. They were waiting on further guidance, but Elon Musk's tweet said a failure to respond would be taken as a resignation. So there's been a disconnect in communications.
Yeah.
Are you concerned at all about
Only,
that?
No. That was done in a friendly manner. Only things such as perhaps Marco at State Department, where they have very confidential things, or the FBI, where they're working on confidential things. And they don't mean that in any way combatively with Elon. They're just saying there are some people that you don't want to really have them tell you what they're working on last week. But other than that, I think everyone thought it was a pretty ingenious idea. We have to find out where these people are. Who are they? And we said, if you don't respond, we assume you're not around.
And that holds, that stands.
And you're not getting paid anymore, too. So, you know, we're doing a real job. And we just had a poll come out, I guess the Harvard poll, saying that it's massively popular what we're doing. So.
Mr. President, do you still believe in NATO, in the alliance between Europe and America in NATO? Are you going to go to the summit in June?
Very much involved in this. When I first got elected at the very beginning, first term, I got hundreds of billions of dollars put into NATO. NATO had no money because they hadn't paid for years. And I said, look, if you don't pay, and we're not going to be a part of NATO, we're not going to protect, we're not going to do what we're supposed to do. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars into NATO. No, NATO is a good thing if it's done properly and if it's used properly.
Mr. President, in these days you speak a lot about tariffs in Canada, in Mexico, and in Europe. I want to know what is your idea about Italy, if you want to make the same thing.
What? Can you talk up a little louder?
In these days.
No, louder. Can you talk a little louder? You have a beautiful voice, but you're not.
In these days, you speak.
Where are you from?
Italy.
From Italy. Oh, I love Italy. Go ahead.
I want to know if you have the same idea with Italy about tariffs.
Well, look, I love Italy, and Italy is a very important nation. We have a wonderful woman as your leader, and she was on the conversation today, one that we had, the G7. And no, I think Italy is doing very well. I think Italy's got very strong leadership with Georgia.
Monsieur le Président, qu'est-ce que vous répondez au président Trump qui a dit que les Français et les journalistes n'avaient pas acheté?
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Can you clarify what you meant in your truth today on the major economic development transactions between the U.S. and Russia? Any more details?
With respect to what, Russia?
In solving a peace deal, you said there will be major economic development transactions which will take place between the United States and Russia.
Yeah, we're trying to do some economic development deals. They have a lot of things that we want, and we'll see. I mean, I don't know if that will come to fruition, but we'd love to be able to do that if we could. You know, they have massive rare earth. It's a very large, it's actually the largest in terms of land. It's by far the largest country. And they have very valuable things that we could use, and we have things that they could use, and it would be very good if we could do that. I think it would be a very good thing for world peace and lasting peace. Well, I mean, our first, by far, our first thing that we want to do, the first element of the overall transaction is ending the war. But if, just as we're doing with Ukraine, if we could do some economic development in terms of Russia and getting things that we want, something like that would be possible, yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you explain the rationale in having the U.S. vote against the UN resolutions that Ukraine proposed and also the U.S. proposed?
I would rather not explain it now, but it's sort of self-evident, I think.
Mr. President, first talked about increasing the tariffs on products from the European Union. Is that still something you want to do today?
Well, it's not increasing, it's reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. So it's not a question of increasing. If they charge us 20%, we charge them 20%. If they charge us 30 or 40%, then we do that too. So that would be on European Union, but that really would be with respect to everybody. It's reciprocity. So reciprocal. Whatever they charge us, we charge them. Nobody has a problem. Even you, as the union, have a problem.
Mr. President, are you thinking of going to Moscow soon? Maybe in May for the 9th of May for the anniversary?
I mean, not soon, but I would be certainly, if this all gets settled out, which I think it will, sure, I would go there.
On the 9th of May?
And come here, too.
On the 9th of May on the Red Square?
I don't know the 9th of May, no, I think that's pretty soon. But no, at the appropriate time, I would go to Moscow.
When do you see the war will end?
I think the war could end soon.
Well, how soon?
Within weeks.
Weeks?
Yeah.
At what price for Ukraine?
Do you think so? I'd like to ask that here. I think we could end it within weeks if we're smart. If we're not smart, it'll keep going and we'll keep losing young, beautiful people that shouldn't be dying. And we don't want that. And remember what I said. This could escalate into a third world war. And we don't want that either.
Mr. President, your envoy Steve Witkoff suggested a temporary ceasefire in the conflict, but the Russian government has denied that out of hand. Do you worry that they're not dealing in good faith?
No, I think they, at some point, will agree to that. I think they probably wanted to. And I think once you have a ceasefire, it's going to end because they're not going from a ceasefire back to war. I think people have had their full. I'm just glad I was able to help because there was no communication with Russia until I came along. Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't communicate with his own child. So Biden didn't communicate. He couldn't. It was terrible. He hadn't spoken to Putin in 3 years. You're trying to end the war. People are being killed. Every week, thousands of people are being killed. Soldiers, in this case, mostly. Also towns, you know, as missiles go in and back and forth. No, it's a shame. This should have never happened. This is a very sad, this is going to go down in the history books. This is a very sad moment because that should have been stopped. That should have never started. And if it did start, it should have stopped the first week, not 3 years later. Okay?
Je vais répondre sur juste, je pense que plusieurs questions de votre collègue qui ont été posées en français et qui rejoignent les questions posées par les collègues américains. D'abord, cette discussion est utile et construire la paix est une nécessité. La deuxième chose, c'est qu'il y a aujourd'hui une capacité de dissuasion qui est restaurée et que c'est ce que veut dire le président Trump quand il dit qu'il n'y aura plus de problème. Je pense que la force du réengagement américain aujourd'hui, c'est en quelque sorte l'incertitude aussi pour le président Poutine. Et donc il y a une capacité de dissuasion qui est là, qui permet de sceller d'abord sans doute une trêve, la capacité à vérifier que cette trêve est respectée, et ensuite un accord de paix qui permettra de reconstruire l'Ukraine et de lui apporter aussi les garanties de sécurité. Dans le cadre de ces garanties de sécurité, nous pensons que nous avons notre rôle à jouer. Et donc, on verra à ce moment-là de la discussion, je ne veux pas la préempter, ce qui est nécessaire pour que l'Ukraine puisse rester un pays souverain. Et d'ailleurs, dans les discussions entre l'Ukraine et les États-Unis d'Amérique, il y a cette question d'une souveraineté ukrainienne qui est respectée. Et donc, nous, ce que nous avons préparé, en particulier avec nos partenaires britanniques, dans le cadre d'un travail très étroit qu'on a mené ces dernières semaines, et partagé avec tous les pays européens et alliés qui sont prêts à s'y joindre, c'est l'idée de dire on est prêt à apporter ces garanties de sécurité. Les conditions, elles doivent en être définies. Elles doivent être définies par l'accord. Ça peut aller jusqu'à l'envoi, comme l'a dit le président, de troupes qui iront observer que la paix est bien respectée, qui iront se positionner, pas sur la ligne de front, pas pour justement, en quelque sorte, être dans le conflit, mais marquer une présence comme une garantie. Il y a d'autres moyens de soutenir qui peuvent être des soutiens accrus et capacitaires à l'armée, des structures nouvelles. Et je pense aussi que l'accord qui est discuté, le président l'a dit, la crédibilité américaine qui est mise dans ce moment, c'est aussi montrer que chacun est dans son rôle, mais que nous avons une unité, Européens et Américains, et donc avec une forme de garantie que les Américains prennent par la discussion sur les minerais critiques qui sont en train de finaliser.
La guerre peut s'arrêter dans plusieurs semaines.
Je pense que
that is the most beautiful language. I have no idea what he's saying, but that is the most elegant, beautiful language. Go ahead, please.
This is a question that was asked by several. What we need to do is make sure that we are building peace. We have deterrence capabilities that have been restored. As President Trump said, there won't be any more problems. We've seen the U.S. re-engagement and the message that that sends to Mr. Putin. We have deterrence, which will allow a truce to take place, verification of that truce, and then a peace agreement can be put in place so that we can start rebuilding Ukraine with security guarantees. And we have a role to play in that. Again, I'm not preempting any discussions, but we've spoken about Ukraine's sovereignty, and that has been a subject of discussion between the U.S. and Ukraine. We have also been working closely with our British partners this week. We've shared this information with other European countries, and we are ready and willing to provide those security guarantees, which could perhaps include troops, but they would be there to maintain peace. They would not be along the front lines. They would not be part of any conflict. They would be there to ensure that the peace is respected. Our assistance may include other capacity building, perhaps for the military. We see U.S. credibility here. We each have our roles to play, but we will be done in a united fashion.
Mr. President, do you think that Ukraine should give up a part of its territory?
Well, we're going to see. It's a negotiation that's just starting, and they've been fighting, and there's been a lot of land that's been taken. So we'll have to see how that works out. That's part of the negotiation. I will say there was great unity in that room today, via Skype or whatever. But there was great, tremendous unity today in that room with the other countries.
Ukraine wants some territories back. Can they take it back? What they lost in the past years?
That's not an easy thing to do, is it? Right? It's not an easy. Just asking whether or not you can take back the land that they lost. And I say that, yeah, perhaps some of it, yeah, I hope so. But that's not an easy thing to do.
But not everything.
It's going to be something we're talking about.
Will you convince Vladimir Putin to accept the European troops as peacekeeper, would you think?
Yeah, he will accept that.
He will accept
I've
it?
asked him that question.
You talked to me?
I've asked him that question.
He said yes?
going to lift the block on the
Because he's not, look, if we do this deal, he's not looking for more war. He doesn't mind, but I've specifically asked him that question. He has no problem with it.
Is France going to lift the block on the $300 billion in frozen Russian assets in Belgium? France has opposed unfreezing it to pay Ukraine and compensate the U.S. for its support. Is France going to lift its opposition to that?
This is, we speak about frozen assets. We already used them to back precisely the loans negotiated at the G7. And it's part of the sanctions, so it will depend on the follow-up of the discussions. But clearly, we respect international law. It's just frozen assets now. You can take the proceeds of the frozen assets, but you cannot take the assets themselves because it's not respecting international law, and we want to respect international law.
How is one different than the other? You can take the proceeds from it, how can you not take
Because it's very different. You keep the assets, you take the proceeds because they are paralyzed in a certain way, you take the proceeds during the wartime, but you keep the assets, and it's part of the negotiation at the end of the war. Because, this war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia.
Should the US be compensated?
So at the end of the day, this frozen asset should be part of the negotiation. All in all.
Will France support the US being compensated?
I support the idea to have Ukraine first being compensated because they are the ones who have lose a lot of their fellow citizens and being destroyed by this attack. Second, all of those who paid for will be compensated, but not by Ukraine, by Russia, because they were the one to aggress.
You understand, Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact,
Play, but it will be done in a united fashion.
Mr. President, do you think that Ukraine should give up a part of its territory?
Well, we're going to see. It's a negotiation that's just starting, and they've been fighting, and there's been a lot of land that's been taken. So we'll have to see how that works out. That's part of the
loan, because this is not our belonging. So they are frozen. If at the end of the day, in the negotiation we will have with Russia, they're ready to give it to us, super. It will be a loan at the end of the day, and Russia would have paid for that.
If you believe that, it's okay with me.
Mr. President,
but they get their money back, we don't, and now we do. But that's only fair.
Mr. President, Russia should be the one that pays everybody back. Are they the aggressor?
Well, we're negotiating everything.
I was trying a different feed, but this one's better.
And we'll see about a lot of different things. And we're going to be making a little speech and say a few words in a little while. We're going to have another meeting, a luncheon meeting, and we'll see you in about 2 hours. Okay? Thank you very much,
Okay, so when I was doing my housekeeping earlier, I hadn't got to it yet, but there's a press conference at about 2 o'clock. That wasn't it. That was something that occurred, impromptu while they were meeting together. If you notice, it said moments ago, because the initial part of my show, when I did the breaking news part, I showed a snippet of that. If you guys were here last week when Monica was talking about everything, being at the White House, they're not giving out the exact times when Trump is going to be going live. They're taping some things, they're going live in some instances, which keeps us all having to jump and not really know, and just, you got to be ready. That's just the way it is. I mean, you just have to be ready. Monica Page explained it when she came on. She said it's a security thing. And so they're keeping people on their toes. They're not publishing when they're going to do X or Y thing. You just have to be ready. So I have an idea. I mean, they publish a daily schedule as to when things are happening and what he's doing, but they don't say he's going to be on TV at this point. So while I'm producing my show and putting everything together, I've got 2-3 different screens so I can see, oh, he's talking, boom, better get to it. And I'm not the only one having to do that. So what you just saw was the guy on Live from Fox. Their cameraman probably just had to run in. He didn't have time to set up his tripod, so he was doing it handheld. I was checking RSBN, and they're about, 10 minutes behind. So you have to understand, one of the things that President Trump and his security team are doing is they're moving stuff all around, keeping this man safe, keeping everybody who covers him on their toes. So I'm sorry if, sometimes the show gets broken up and I got to go back to it because he walks out or they post a video. But as of right now, the way that I'd rather them keep him protected than be upset because, hey, you're in the middle of something, you got to jump. So I'm just telling you right now, It is 1:43. At 2 o'clock, he's scheduled to have the actual press conference, which is in 15 minutes. Will it happen at 2 o'clock? I have no idea. I don't know if it happens at 2, 2:15, 2:30, but with everything going and I can see everything, I'll continue with my show. But if, he gets on the air, I'm going to have to just cut into it. So let's just go with the flow at this point. So we were talking about Dan Bongino, and I was telling you how, I admire what he's doing. And I saw a bunch of people, hey, there's no problem. His wife is going to continue with the show and bring in other hosts. I got to tell you, you're not understanding the idea of everything that you have to do to produce a show. It's not like you can just change the ingredients in a recipe and you'll be okay. Dan is that show. And so with everything that he's doing by going to the FBI, he's making a huge personal decision and a huge personal sacrifice. Do not even think for a second that his sacrifice isn't monumental. You're going from a basically an enterprise level podcast. You're up there, maybe not the same with Joe Rogan, but you're not too far behind. And you're making a ton of money, and you're going to go be a civil servant because you're a patriot. So let's continue with more about. So you saw the part. Hopefully, if you were here, when he said in the next few days, things aren't going to change in terms of how he feels. So he said that knowing at this point, looking back, that he was going to be the deputy director of the FBI. So how do you think Adam Schiff is feeling right about now? Yeah, if I were Adam Schiff, lawyer up, bro. We've seen the pardon, and we see what it doesn't cover. Lawyer up.
Go.
Nobody was held accountable.
I was passionate about it for a reason. How many freaking times are we going to let the FBI interfere in an election? I mean, this is supposed to be a constitutional republic. I'm not crazy, right? Like, this is supposed to be a representative democracy. Banana republic. We're beyond a banana republic. We're into like tin pot dictator third world stuff. This is embarrassing. At least Pravda didn't pretend to be anything but state apparatchiks. The FBI, and listen, I've been with you for a while. I work with a lot of decent guys. I'm done with the rank and file stuff too. I'm done with it. If you took part in this, anyone who took part in this, anyone, I don't care who you are, an analyst or an upper level manager, the next president who comes in office, they should schedule F as many people as they can in the federal government and fire every single person involved in this. Everyone. The receptionist in the...
This guy, as you're hearing him talk, will now be joining Kash Patel at the head of the FBI. So in addition to perps like Adam Schiff being afraid, all you people in line there, be afraid.
FBI office who took a call on this should be fired. We are not a third world republic, supposedly. Sean, the difference between us and Kim Jong-un, right, is that we investigate crimes and then we look for people. We don't investigate people and then look for crimes. That is exactly what's going on. How many times are they going to investigate Donald Trump for how many different things before the American people wake up and realize this isn't an investigation of a crime in search of a person, but a person in search of a crime? And let me just add, one last thing on this, folks. I left my job. So no one's going to lecture me, oh, Dan, what would you do if you just do? There's no more we're just doing our job. You swore an oath to the Constitution. Have some balls, man. I left my job because I couldn't take what was going on. I gave up my pension and everything because something else mattered. You're not going to lecture me on anything.
As you're seeing this fire, which many of you have watched his show for quite some time, you know what kind of passion this guy has. Now couple that or contrast that with what you haven't seen in the FBI for quite some time. The beta males like Annie McCabe and James Comey. And you're getting guys like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino it's a whole different day.
We're involved in this constitutional abomination to our constitutional republic. You don't deserve your job today, and you will get no backing from me or anybody I know in the conservative movement going forward. You flush your credibility down the toilet.
We're so close to getting the globalists. I want their throats. I want victory. And now you can see it. And you guys think you're going to harass Elon Musk and push him off of supporting Trump and divide Trump and Elon? You're not. We have already beaten your ass. Oh, let's continue.
I saw that and I'm like, I gotta use that. Because I think that it encapsulates everything we all feel at this point. We are done with you people. We are going to take your heads off. We're going to do whatever we can to put America right back in its rightful place. We're done. We're completely done with it. Whew. So let me get to the actual announcement that President Trump put out regarding Dan Bongino on Truth Social. 1 second. My lovely wife is bringing me a drink. Thank you, honey.
Here's some raw meat.
They want to see you. Come on in. She won't come on. All right. So, aloha. Great news for law enforcement and American justice. Dan Bongino, a man of incredible love and passion for our country, has just been named the next deputy director of the FBI by the man who will be the best ever director, Kash Patel. Dan has a master's in psychology from CUNY and an MBA from Penn State. He was a member of the New York Police Department, New York's finest, a highly respected special agent with the Secret Service, and now is one of the most successful podcasters in the country. I'm telling you, that's not something that people should be taking lightly. That's how committed he is to going after whoever he's going to be going after. Just understand that. The man walked away from something huge with a passion and a focus. And it probably wasn't even a hard decision. Think about it. He probably was like, oh yeah, get me in there. What's else? Here's something he is willing and prepared to give up in order to serve. Working with our great new U.S. Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and Director Patel, fairness, justice, law, and order will be brought back to America and quickly. Congratulations, Dan. It's one thing for the President of the United States to, tap you on the shoulder and put out a nice thing about your credentials. It's another when he actually says, you know what, I got even more to say. And so he posted a second post, which he didn't have to. Tells you what kind of guy Donald Trump is. Look at this one. Another aspect of the life of Dan Bongino that I think is very important. He has a great wife, Paula, and 2 wonderful daughters who truly love their dad. What an incredible job Dan will do. That tells me President Trump is excited. That tells me the President of the United States is looking at this and going, I got it. Dream team. We are so set to go. We are going to crush it. And he just wanted to acknowledge the first one was to acknowledge the pick as a deputy director of the FBI and his credentials, and then he posted a second one and went, by the way, he's also a great dude. I mean, all the other stuff, the medals and everything and accolades, yeah, he's got the goods, but you know what else? He's a good dude. And I read that and I thought to myself, he could have put that in the second. I mean, when he did that long one, he could have put it all in the same truth or post, but he didn't, which means he sat back and thought to himself, I want to let everybody know, as much of a pit bull as he's going to be, he's a good dude. To me, that matters. To me, that really, really matters because of what's going to ensue. Like Alex Jones said in that little clip that I clipped for him, it's time. I cannot wait to see what he and Kash Patel do. Right now, all of the scum in Washington has got to be feeling the heat. They have to be thinking to themselves, and I'm not even talking about the Doge stuff at this point. I'm just talking about these 2 guys at the top of the food chain at the FBI What could that actually mean? When you've heard them both, not one, but you've heard them both for years talk about, man, here's what we need to do if we get in the FBI. We need to do clean house. We need to do this. I'm telling you right now, it's Monday at about going on 2 o'clock, and I think we are going to see a week full of moves. Full of moves. And there's nothing that we're going to talk about these Democrats and how they're stuck in quicksand, but there's nothing they can do. They can keep running these stupid judges and get these momentary TROs, which President Trump is ignoring anyway, which he should. But other than that, their legislative strategy, they're done. They've got nothing. There is nothing they can do at this point but go on MSNBC, which, by the way, you know Lester Holt, he wasn't on MSNBC, but he was at NBC. He got fired today, too. So they're dropping like flies. And incidentally, I think I posted on X, why did black people getting fired? Why you fired Joy Reid and Lester Holt, but Rachel Maddow, she still gets to keep her job? That's what we're supposed to do now, right? We're supposed to question these kind of moves. Why'd she get fired? Did she fill out the emails that she done 5 things this week? She's black. Lester Holt's black. Don't see the screaming in the street. Don't see the uproar, do we? That's because you guys are all full of it. All full of it. Wait a minute, I forgot. Jim Acosta. He's a man of color. He's Spanish. So Jim Acosta, Lester Holt, Joy Reid, they're all people of color, and they all got the boot. Nobody's screaming at MSNBC. All the usual suspects don't hear anything. But that's how we're supposed to ask these questions, right? Yeah, right. That's what I thought. Shut up. Just shut up. Oh my, before I move forward, let me just read this to you. I got a new way of doing this for our today's sponsor, American Finance. The average person today is feeling the financial strain more than ever. Expenses are up, wages aren't keeping pace, and many people are finding it nearly impossible to make ends meet. With little left over after covering the basics, it's no surprise that many are resorting to credit cards just to get by, often carrying high balances and interest rates in the 20s or even 30s. I hope you don't have a credit card in the 20s or 30s. Please tell me you don't have a credit card in a 20 to 30% interest rate. If you're a homeowner and you're stuck in this cycle of mounting debt, you need to call my friends at American Financing. They're salary-based mortgage consultants, and let me just stop right there. I know I'm not supposed to interrupt too much, but I really want to let you know why that is a difference. Because they're not working on commission, so they don't need to pump you up and make you buy stuff that you don't need. Don't put you in a higher rate so they don't get a back-end bonus on the basis points. They are just salaried consultants. They get paid whether you get the loan or not, so it doesn't, it's not a commission-based situation. But in any event, they're saving homeowners an average of $800 a month, helping you put your hard-earned money back where it belongs. Plus, if you act now, you might even be able to skip your next mortgage payment. There are no upfront fees, so it costs you nothing to find out how much you could save each month. It's time to break free from the stress of debt. Call American Financing today and take control of your financial future. Dial 888-976, I'm sorry, what is it? 888-976-5555, 888-976-5555, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Barry. AmericanFinancing.net/Barry. So in real estate, so I understand a lot about mortgages and refinancing. So I'm just letting you know there's an opportunity, if you're in a pinch, to look at a different way to refinance. And don't be stuck with, interest rates in the 20s and 30s for a credit card. That's a sure way to go broke. Don't do that. In addition, you know what's coming. Trump just mentioned it again. Every single time he's on camera, he seems to mention this stuff. every time about the audit with Fort Knox. Now might be a good time to get yourself some gold. As you know, President Trump has assembled the Avengers to make America great again. And of course, we're all excited and ready to see them get to work. But with everything we're seeing right now, don't take your eye off the ball. Things could get much worse before they get better. With the possibility of World War III still looming, and with the Democrats doing everything they can to impede Trump, you still need to keep your guard up and your money protected. Oh, and our national debt is still massively increasing. Don't get me wrong, I have high hopes for Trump's America, but I also have a family to look out for. You see, Trump and the Avengers have quite the uphill battle ahead. That's why I'm making sure I'm protected, and I'm recommending that you do the same. One way to be protected is by diversifying your portfolio. That's why on this channel I've been happy to partner with Lear Capital. As you know, I've been involved in real estate for quite some time. And although I dabbled in gold and silver, Kevin and his staff at Lear have helped to educate me even further, especially in regards to silver. Give Lear a call today and they'll show you how easy it is to move some of your savings or your retirement account into gold and silver. Gold and silver have been proven to hold value and protect wealth for the long term. Call Lear today at 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com to get your free gold and silver wealth protection guides. There's no obligation, just free information. Many of you have seen my interviews with Lear founder Kevin Demerit, and I can tell you this company is solid and likes to educate their customers. Just so you know, Lear has over 27 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and over $3 billion in trusted transactions, and is the only company with a 24-hour risk-free purchase. You don't pay unless you're 100% satisfied. So call 800-601-5430 or go to learberry.com. And when you call, don't forget to ask how you can get up to $15,000 in bonus gold or silver with a qualifying purchase. So if you'd like to take advantage of this opportunity, please call my friends at Lear Capital at 800-601-5430 and tell them Barry sent you. All right, so you just heard President Trump in that, I think it was the Oval Office, talking to the press with Macron in there as well. I know some of you guys were worried about the cameramen. I just saw a broad shot, and so it doesn't look like they had the opportunity to set up their tripod, and they're all jostling for, position with all the other people in there throwing elbows and trying to do different things. So whoever was doing that camera, the feed guy was doing the best he could at that point. But there's due to come out, let's see, about 2 o'clock, and I think they're going to have an actual podium-based press conference where people should be able to, plant their flag and actually do it. Something that President Trump went ahead and posted this morning in regards to this meeting with Macron. I want to let you guys take a look at this as well. So this is what he posted earlier. Today, President Macron of France joined me in the Oval Office to speak to the G7 summit. The meeting was convened by Trudeau of Canada, the current chairperson of the G7, to acknowledge the 3rd anniversary of the Russia-Ukraine war. I didn't even know today was the anniversary. Interesting. Which would have never started if I was president. Everyone expressed their goal of seeing the war end, and I emphasized the importance of the vital critical minerals and rare earths deal between the United States and Ukraine. He's going to make them pay us back. That's basically what he's saying. You're going to pay me back. The deal, which is an economic partnership, will ensure the American people recoup the tens of billions of dollars and military equipment sent to Ukraine. That's huge. Huge. Remember, Zelensky said he didn't have to pay it back because, Biden said it was a grant. You don't have to pay me. And then Trump finds out there was no strings attached, and he's like, nah, that's not going to work. You're going to pay me back. This will also help Ukraine's economy grow as this brutal and savage war comes to an end. At the same time, I am in serious discussions with Vladimir Putin of Russia concerning the end of the war and also major economic development transactions which will take place between the United States and Russia. Talks are proceeding very well, which is what I read to you earlier. So, what you're about to see is a humongous feather in the cap, a global asterisk that President Trump is putting together. He's going to start working on getting the money back from Ukraine, end the war, get the minerals that are under the earth there, and start working with Russia. At this point, what will happen is, as people see him start to do business with Russia, I don't know how the Democrats have any platform to stand on. For the last 8 years, all we've heard is how Putin is this big, bad monster under the bed, and that there's nothing we can do. We just need to turn our back on Russia. And now President Trump is bringing that together, and we're going to do business. And he's going to do business with China. The prosperity in America is coming back, and now you're seeing these people completely freak out because they want you broke. They don't want you to feel prosperity. I'm doing deals with people like the Lear Capital and American Financing because I'm telling you, prosperity is returning to America. Tonight's show, I'll feature it. I'm just going to mention it to you right now. But our governor down here, Ron DeSantis, is going to be looking to do away with property taxes. Why is that important? Well, we don't have any income tax down here either. So what do you think is going to happen to the real estate market in Florida when people realize, one, you don't have an income tax, and two, you don't have any property tax? Wait a minute. I can move to Florida, get a house near the beach, not pay any income tax, not pay any property tax, and currently only pay 6 to 7% sales tax. Where do I sign? I'm going to go over that tonight because I was talking to Robin this morning. I'm like, hey, time to rev it up. It's time to start getting the contractors and the finance guys all back in the game. Call JJ, the attorney. Hey, you ready? We're about to do some business. I can't even stress to you how much money at this point Donald Trump is going to infuse into this country. And now you're going to watch the Democrats on the other side because you would think they would embrace that. You would think that the Democrats would be saying to you, hey, this is a good idea. You're going to be prosperous. Why wouldn't they want Americans to prosper? They always talk about the middle class. Well, how do you think people get out of being in middle class? You never hear that. You never hear any Democrat talk about getting people out of middle class. Everything's about keeping them in the middle class or lower. Why is that? Why is it that they will do any kind of trading that they possibly can, most of it insider, so that they can help themselves? They'll tell all their friends, buy gold. Hey, listen, he's going to go to Fort Knox. You better buy some damn gold. They'll tell all their friends, but they don't go out and tell the people. And you're going to say, well, the people don't have any money to buy gold. Let's not be too naive. Seriously. Can we stop being naive? Because I see people go out and buy $300-400 pair of sneakers. I see people go out and buy $800 for a Taylor Swift concert ticket. I see it. I see it all the time. So do not tell me that there are people in the middle class who can't afford to move up in stature monetarily. It's all about mindset. It's not about opportunity. The opportunities are there right now, and Trump is basically going to take the handcuffs off of the rest of the opportunity. What do you think is going to happen to, the currency market in Russia if once the war stops and he starts doing business with Russia. What do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen in different pockets of the world where people can travel and do different things, and it's going to go nuts. And I'm telling you right now, I'm just checking the monitor to make sure nothing else is coming on right now. And I'm telling you right now, I can see it happening. I know who's approaching us. Ashley knows who's approaching us. And I'm thinking, oh, they want people to begin being prosperous. Don't get your mindset in terms of how things are or how things were. You better start looking down the road and seeing what kind of things you can do, even if you're on a fixed income, what you can do to increase your stock in life. It seems hard for a lot of people right now who are just trying to get by because they may have a 28% credit card interest rate. But maybe now's the time where you say, listen, you go to your bank or your credit card provider and say, yeah, I think I want to knock that down to 18. I've been paying. Did you know you could do that, first of all? Did you know if you've had that credit card for 6 months and you've paid all your payments and you haven't been late, you should be able to call them and say, hey, listen, I've been a customer. I've paid my bills every single month on time for the last 6 to 8 months. You're charging me 28%. I'd like to get down to 15. And then 6 months later, I want that down to like 9. Did you know you could call and negotiate that? Yes, you can. And I'm telling you, that small tip, that one tip I just gave you, how much money would you make, would you keep in your pocket if you just did that? I'm just saying, there's so many things that people don't know that if they just took advantage of the small things, the small things that they don't even think of. Hey, my credit card rate's 28. I'm going to cut it down to 14. That means I'm cutting it in half just with one phone call. So don't tell me that you don't have the opportunity to increase where you are monetarily. You just don't have the knowledge. And that's because Democrats have kept people poor. Because by keeping them poor, there could always be a boogeyman in the closet. And that's what they've always wanted. How can you tell on a daily basis that things are going to get so much better? I'm going to get in some business stuff now, but I probably cause some questions. Right, Barry? That's great. That's all you got to do. That one. Wow, yeah. Same thing with your mortgage. Hey, I paid you 12 months in a row. You're charging me, 13%. Can I get it down to 10? Have I proven to you that I'm a good enough customer of yours to get a 10%? Can you discount my interest rate 3 points? And if you don't, I'll go with somebody else. So you got to be ready to do that. Hey, listen, this credit card that I'm paying 28% on, I got an offer from Capital One. I got an offer from, Bank of Wells Fargo, whoever. And they're offering it to me and say, hey, we can get to you at 16. And that one phone call, you could save so much money, both on your mortgage and that's not even with refinancing. Understand that. That's not even with refinancing. Pull up your mortgage certificate, because most of the time, unless you've owned your house for 10 years or more, you're just paying interest. Do you understand that? You're probably just paying interest. So at this point, you've been paying all this time. You can just say, I'd like to negotiate my rate. And they're like, okay, let's look at your history. Oh, I see you've paid for the last 8 to 12 months. You've been on time. Yeah, I can reduce that. So if you did that on your credit card, you did that on your mortgage, and now you're sitting on with an extra X per month, you're like, whoa, I just made more money. I made 2 phone calls. That's all you got to do. Glenn says, tell your credit card company you will do a balance transfer for less interest. Shop around, negotiate. They want your bit, especially now. Especially if you are a good credit risk and you've shown that I'm no longer the person I was when I first got this mortgage. And I know most of you probably aren't. Barry, how do you know I'm different than I was before? Well, you came out of COVID. You see, everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people are like, I can't make ends meet. I got laid off. I got this. I got that. I knew a guy who was thriving, making a couple $100,000 a year. They closed his pizza business, and he was toast. Almost had to file bankruptcy. Now, he reopened, but he's still paying what he was paying when they took everything away. I'm like, dude. Yeah, you're thriving. You're back up to 20, 25 grand a month, right? Yeah. Well, why are you still paying the same amount when you were in trouble? Somebody extended you credit because they're like, you're a bad risk. Now you're doing well. Call that doggone bank and tell them, boom, I don't want to pay that much anymore. You are not locked in. I mean, you're locked in for what you owe, but you're not locked into continuing that. Just do it. We paid off our house early in 17 years. Every now and again, pay a little extra towards the principal. Yeah, because you're just paying interest at the early. I spent $1,000 on guns. Well, hold them guns. Offer the credit. Let's say 3 p.m. now. Press conference has been pushed. We knew that was coming, didn't we? Luckily, I got content for you. I'm only halfway through what I was going to talk about, so I'm good. I'm good with it. So we can go and we can continue. All right, so if you have any questions about this, I'm sure, as you can see, many people in the chat are more than willing to tell you, hey, here's some of the things you can do to make that better. All right, so I want to get into a business talk with you. And this is huge. This is absolutely huge. Because unless you see it happening, the Democrats don't want to talk about it. I saw this morning. Tim Cook. In case you don't know who Tim Cook is the CEO of Apple. I think CEO or not founder, Steve Jobs. He's the CEO. All right. As a proud American company, we're thrilled to continue to make significant investments in the U.S. Today, we're announcing, where's my drum roll sign? We're announcing $500 billion commitment to support American innovation, advanced manufacturing, and high-tech job creation. $500 billion. $500 billion from Apple. Why is Apple coming back and saying, we'll put some money in here? Because business likes business. You ever see the movie City Slickers? When Curly goes out and finds the gold, and he comes back and he tells Billy Crystal, yeah, there's gold up there. And Billy's like, and he slams the gold bar on the table and he goes, and it's got friends. Money has friends. You see, the environment, once it changes and the people see, this is going to work. See, all the Democrat political talk that you see, ignore it. Ignore it. Those are politicians who have no flipping clue what they're talking about. Instead, look at the landscape and watch business. Why would Tim Cook be coming into, he's already here, but moving a lot of investments back into the U.S. to the tune of $500 billion? And just think to yourself, why? If you read that tweet, I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. They're gonna do all this and spend $500 billion. Why? Because it makes sense business-wise. Donald Trump, Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, they know the language. They know what business wants to hear. The nuts on the left, all they can do is carry protest flags and signs and talk, that socialist BS. Money likes money. Money has friends. You need to become friendly with money and start looking at exactly what's going on. The more you know about finance, the better you're going to be personally. Stop listening to idiots. I remember, I don't even know if it was not Napoleon, what's the guy's name? There was a book, can't remember the guru who wrote it, but you are the sum of the 10 people you hang around with. If you want to see people who have money, then you need to act like people who have money. If you're surrounding yourself with losers, you're going to be a loser. I'm just saying that money begets money. Let me just check something here. And so if you're surrounding yourself and the whole thing about garbage in, garbage out, and you got people telling you, oh, that doesn't work. Oh, that's a scam. This doesn't make any sense. Those aren't the people you want to be hanging out with financially. Just saying. Because the first thing I would say to somebody is, have you ever done it? No, I read it. It's a... Never mind. I don't need to spend any time with you. Have you ever? I did that with real estate. Oh, real estate. Oh, you got to watch out. Oh, don't. Have you ever bought a house as an investment? No. Then why am I talking to you? Oh, I mean, it wasn't that direct. But hey, so when's the last time you bought a house for an investment? Oh, I've never bought an investment property. Oh, yeah. So what time's dinner? And I got nothing to say to you. You are no longer going to be in that circle of people I trust because you don't know anything. So when you're sitting around with family and friends and you're thinking about buying gold or refinancing your mortgage or doing this or, open up that hair salon don't talk to people who've never done it. That's the biggest mistake you're making. The biggest mistake you're making is taking advice from 10 people who haven't done it. And the second biggest mistake is taking 10 people and taking their advice from people who haven't succeeded in it. Go look up Chris Gardner. You may have seen the movie, The Pursuit of Happiness with Will Smith. The line in that movie is critical to everything else in that movie. He's walking down, he's broke, his kid is taking showers in the bathroom of the subway, and he goes past this guy at the valet stand who's parking a Ferrari. And he says to the guy, very simple, what is it that you do and how do you do it? You see, that answers to both those questions are the questions you need to be asking people with money. What is it you do? Well, okay, because you got the money. And how do you do it? How can I learn that? And if you haven't asked yourself or others that question, then that's why you're in the situation you're in. And I am not saying that in a mean way whatsoever. If you are not comfortable, and I've seen many people comment, oh, I'm on a fixed income and I can't do this and I can't do that. And I say to myself, have you accepted your lot in life is to be insufficient? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying, I can't do this because I just can't. Now, I'm not talking about if you're infirmed, if you have some sort of disablement. Yeah, there's what I went to church yesterday and heard somebody talk yesterday that would blow your socks off. I told you about the kid that got paralyzed and he was paralyzed from the neck down and what he's done to overcome that. And he's talking up on the stage and he's telling people and I thought to myself as I watched him talk and I watched people listen and I thought to myself at that time, how many people in the church have never had to overcome adversity? Many people have adversity. How many people have had the courage, the knowledge, and the drive to overcome adversity? Now, you're not probably in the same position as someone who's paralyzed from the neck down, but you're in something that's probably what you consider facing some adversity. Do you accept that and say, this is where I am. I'm on a fixed income. I'm on Social Security. And that's what I have for the rest of that time that's ticking. And God only knows the end of. Or are you like, I'm on Social Security and I'm on a fixed income. But you know what? I'm ready to rock. I'm ready. I see what other people are doing, and I see people my age, which I don't consider old anymore. I used to think if somebody's in their 60s, man, they're old people. That's some old people. Now, eat right, stay in shape, enjoy life. Enjoy life. Get out there and see what you can do. And the only way you can do it is by surrounding yourself with people who have done it. There's a reason why you want to hear something funny? JJ, who's a pastor who does prayer night. The reason why I know JJ is because he was a new lawyer in the firm that I was using to deal with my real estate stuff. And then he went out and he hung a shingle and he started his own practice. And I'm like, okay, I'll follow you. Hey, listen, let's work here together and do some stuff. And then JJ one day came to me, I just want to let you know what? Starting a church. Oh, you're quitting your law practice? No. Dude, you're starting a church and going to be a lawyer? Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm having a baby next week. Wait a second. You started a church, you're a lawyer, you have a baby. What else you doing, bro? Go for it. That's what I'm saying. And so I didn't know he was starting a church. And those of you who have heard him speak, which we're going to be doing some more, you probably didn't know the other side of him. Hey, JJ is a great pastor. His church is thriving, which is the name of it, Thrive Church. And he's doing all these things, and he's praying with us, and we love how he sounds. And he started a church, and then he started a community center. And now he's doing all these different things that, to fulfill his passion for the Lord. But he wouldn't have known if he didn't try and if he didn't surround himself with people who had already done it. He and I talked real estate. He didn't talk to me about opening a church. I never done it. I nothing I could offer him about starting a church other than go for it, bro. So what did he do? That circle of people changed to another 10 people. Hey, I need to talk to some pastors who have built churches and they understand what I need to do to make my church thrive. I already have my circle over here, which is real estate and, closers and people who do business. And those two are two different worlds. How many different worlds do you have? Television? Are you talking to people? The last thing I'd hate for anybody to do, which is why I'm spending time talking about this right now, don't lose passion. Keep your passion. It may take you a while to fulfill that passion, but at some point, if you're in your 60s, maybe when you were younger, you said, I wish I could do this. And then as you got older, if you didn't do it, that passion dies. Don't let anybody take your passion away from you. And now that President Trump is in office, I'm telling you firsthand, the opportunities are becoming abundant. This is something the Democrats didn't want for people. The Democrats didn't want you to understand prosperity. In fact, they never talked about it. They talked about bringing other people down to a level so that everybody could be the same. You got too much. We have to tax you and give it away. We have to, take your money and put it in Africa and Mozambique for condoms. Because you know what? Your britches are too big. And that's all. They never talk about, hey, listen, can I build people up? Nope. And so now you're seeing people like Tim Cook saying, hey, man, this looks good. I like what Trump's saying. I may not, and here's where the big part is. I may not like his politics. I may hate the SOB. But I can make money with him. You see, that's the part where Democrats, their ideology doesn't allow them to cross that line. Trump's like, yeah, Putin's a bad guy. Putin's a thug. Putin this. But you know what? I can make some money with Putin. I can help Americans make money with Putin. Oh, Zelensky's an actor. He's a scumbag. He stole from us. But you know what? I can help Americans make money with Ukraine. Did you know you might have an opportunity to do something in Ukraine? You probably didn't. Because nobody would tell you that. All they told you was Putin's bad, butcher, he's this, he's this. And now you sit back and think, okay, what? Russians need some stuff. What? Ukraine's going to need a whole lot of stuff. What can I do to help the people? They're setting up for the press conference soon. What can I do to get involved with Ukraine? Russia. And I know some of you, I haven't checked the chat. I know some of you right now going, this dude's crazy. This dude's out of his damn mind. Okay, then you're not in that group of 10 I need to be talking to. Because the group of 10 I'm going to be talking to is I'm going to find out some people, hey, listen, what can I do in Russia? What can I do in Ukraine to make money here? Because if I can make money doing something over there, it's going to allow me to employ people here. So, I'll talk to people. I'll go see some Russian businessmen. They're all over the place down here. Hey, man, I don't want to get into any of the crazy stuff, but what can I do to, take advantage of this? You seem successful. You obviously are Russian. So tell me, what can we do? That's the difference. So I've talked for a little bit. Let's go to this video. Why don't you see this?
$1 trillion. That's the largest ever U.S. spending plan for the world's biggest company, and it comes with thousands of new jobs across multiple states. Now, as you mentioned, we knew this was coming as President Trump teased it on Friday, and then Apple CEO Tim Cook was at the White House on Thursday. Apple is spending 50% more this year in 2025 than it did during the first Trump term. So $500 billion over 4 years this time. 4 years, not 5 years like they usually do. 20,000 new jobs, a new AI server factory in Houston, Texas. And that's significant for Apple, who tends to farm out their AI server needs.
There's that term again that some of you guys are afraid of, and it keeps showing up. Houston AI server factory. All right.
To third-party providers like AWS. Also, you got a new Detroit Academy, doubling their research and development fund. Now, Apple CEO Tim Cook says we're bullish on the future of American innovation, and we're proud to build on our long-standing U.S. investments.
I just saw a comment that I'm going to show you because it's indicative of this kind of mentality. Okay. Because what they heard as I was talking is Vladimir Putin is evil. Don't praise the dictator. Rewind and let me know the timestamp of anything I said in regarding praising Vladimir Putin. I'll wait. You see, people hear what they want to hear because they're predisposed to the answer that they want. They want to think that you said something instead of listening to what you said. I even specifically said Tim Cook probably said to himself, you know what, I can't stand this SOB Donald Trump, but I'm going to make money with him. The limiting factor of people's minds was just on display. I never praised Vladimir Putin. What I said is Donald Trump is going to open markets, which equals opportunity. The small mind doesn't understand that. So if you're surrounding yourself with people who can only see the negative, then you will consume the negative. Be like Tim Cook. I don't even know if you know this. And I'm only saying it because I was like, be like Tim Cook. Tim Cook is the CEO of Apple. Tim Cook also happens to be, a gay man. Tim Cook doesn't even mesh with anything Donald Trump has to say. They don't click. Except for one thing. Let's make some money. I don't like you. I don't like what you're saying. I don't like, what you're doing in terms of some of the laws that you're putting out, executive orders. I don't even want you at my house. But I can do business and make money for my company, my employees. Don't be a small-minded person. I'm telling you.
Apple tends to roll out these type of massive U.S. investment plans every few years, but this is the biggest one yet. And it's also 45% more than what they committed during the Biden term in 2021.
45% more. Why did Tim Cook decide to invest 45% more in America now than he did during the Biden administration? That's a pretty easy answer. It wasn't conducive to him making a more profit. Doesn't make any sense. This guy doesn't get it. He's a career politician, and he's got a wacky tobacco vice president, and he surrounded himself with nuts. Doesn't make sense for me. I'm here to make money. It's a different language. It's not DEI. I don't give a crap about your DEI. I am in business. Do you know why most people are in business? Seems like a real easy question. Why are most people in business? To make money. There's no other reason to start a business. Otherwise, you would start a charity. If you're a barber and you want to cut hair for a living, you start a barber shop or a lounge or something. If you like, hey, listen, I'm a barber, but I'm not looking to make money. I'd rather just help poor people. Then you open up a 501c3 and you put up a shop in the hood and say free haircuts for bums. And people will come in and they'll, you can shave it and get the, lice out of their hair and do everything you need. And it helps your heart, but it's not there because you're not there to make money. The only reason to start a business is to make money. That's like the first economics 101. If you don't understand anything else, I'm not here to employ you. I'm not here to make the environment. I'm here to make money.
Now, some of this can be also attributed to the higher spend in this new AI arms race that we're in, where Apple has to keep up with everybody else who's boosting their AI spending by at least 20% this year. Apple also tells me...
Don't sleep. I'm telling you, again, the fear doesn't make money. I know so many people in this chat like, I don't trust AI. It's bad. Scared money don't make money. Scared money doesn't make money.
That they are now the largest customer of the $12 billion Arizona chip factory from TSMC, which also just started shipping chips last month. Remember that Apple stock, though, still underperforming this year, and that's because of concerns on those increased China tariff threats of another 10%. Now, they got a waiver last time. This time, you heard President Trump say, as great a negotiator as Tim Cook is, Apple may not be as lucky. But Maria, as you know, if someone's written the textbook when it comes to dealing with the Trump administration from the corporate side, it's Tim Cook at Apple.
All right, Susan.
This Apple announcement this morning, which just popped 6 a.m. Eastern, all the details are up, the lead story on Axios. This is a landmark story for a couple of reasons. One, the effort by the president to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., this is a massive commitment to that. And as we say in our story, this gives Trump the leverage to say to other companies, Apple can do this. Apple is bringing these jobs into the U.S. Apple is investing in the U.S. Why can't you?
Bingo. What did I say earlier about Curly and City Slickers? It's got friends. You see, it's almost like moth to a flame. When people find out you're making money doing something, it's like, let me check this out. Because it's working? Oh, that's working. See, America's back open for business. That's what the underlying statement should be here. America's open for business. And business sees the opportunity. I get the usual people in chat. Money's the root of all evil. Nope, you need to go back and read your Bible passage. Money is not the root of all evil. That's been a misnomer, a fallacy that's spread around by people who are talking to the wrong 10 people. You see, the love of money is the root of all evil. I don't love money. I love my wife. I love my daughter. I love my grandkids. I love my 2 crazy dogs. I love people. I don't love money. Money is merely a tool. Money allows Ashley and the kids to come down here and spend a nice week at the beach. That's what money does. It allows you to show the people you love that you care in one way or another. It's not the love of money. You see, people who have been conditioned and have surrounded themselves with that wrong 10 people think that money is evil. That's Marxism.
Why won't you? And the statement out this morning from Apple CEO Tim Cook, talking about being bullish on the future of America, talking about writing an extraordinary new chapter in the history of American innovation. So that's one bucket. Two, there's an incredible footprint for this. This is all across the United States, and it's part of the big story that Axios has been telling, that it's no longer just the coast. Look at where some of these big investments are. The swing states of Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Nevada, red states, the massive investment that you were talking about in Texas, big innovation lab.
So if it's spreading like a contagion, because what he's describing is that the Trump persona and the ideology is spreading to the places where even the Democrats can't stop the progress. Where the Democrats, even with their nutty selves, number one, they're cashing in, just to let you know. They're telling people and they're telling their constituents one thing, but they're cashing in at the same time, Nancy Pelosi. When they see manufacturing and everything else happening, understand they are cashing in. When they go to rebuild California and they tell people you're going to need 19 permits and you're going to have to do that, and the cost of the soil contamination fee and all this stuff, they're making money. They're designing it to profit. What do you think is going to happen up in Appalachia? You are going to see, I'm telling you, the investment that will happen in Appalachia and those houses being rebuilt and everybody from the person who has to grade the land to refill it, to make sure the land is stable, to the lumber company, it's going to be a gold rush. With President Trump in there, it is going to be a gold rush. I've seen it before myself down here with Hurricane Hugo. It wiped out a whole area, and then boom. I mean, boom. It happens. Slow at first, then all at once. I mean, it becomes huge. So right now, foreseeing what's going to happen in North Carolina over the next probably 12 to 18 months, there's a huge opportunity for somebody and some people to do some things up in North Carolina and outside Tennessee and Kentucky. Even if you're not a builder, there's going to be so much support work needed. Even from home, maybe some stuff you can do on a computer or on a phone. It's crazy what can happen once the handcuffs of business are let go. And this is what this guy's talking about.
In Michigan. So a footprint all across the country. And third, if you look at how the U.S. is going to have a sustained recovery, it's going to be about building things, making things, doing that more in the U.S. This is a big step toward that.
Okay, you're absolutely right that this is not...
I got to show you this. I can stop the show right now when you see this. Look at this. Nomi Lambert. Holy cow, Bear. I just called my credit card company and they brought my card down from 29.99 to 9.9. One phone call. And Nomi, who I don't know, just made 20% on his money. Like that. 20%. He was paying 29. He's going to be paying 9. He saved 20. It means his income is up by 20%. Just like that. They don't tell people that. You know, Elizabeth Warren with her CFPB and all this stuff. She's telling people that. Hey, let me reduce that. Just like that. All right, continue.
The right issue. It's an American issue. And what these countries are doing is discriminating against our biggest tech companies. And they do it in a way where this DST, the digital service tax, only applies to the very largest companies. And it's always the American companies. And meanwhile, they use them to promote their own national champions inside the country. Effectively, they steal our tax revenues from us. And here's how this works. The DST basically taxes the revenues of these companies in their countries, and those are then deducted from profits that the companies would otherwise pay corporate taxes on here. And it's just outrageous. And this has been a contagion. It started in France in 2019. They put on a 3% tax. President Trump immediately cracked down on that, and they backed off, and there was negotiations. But then in the last 4 years, the Biden administration kind of let that go, and there's been a contagion. This is what we worry about here.
It's funny because you can like see the people from CNN and some of these news stations when they get into a situation where it's over their heads. All they can do is sit there with a blank stare and let the person talk. Unless somebody says something in their ear, it's so far above them. The people are coming into the room, getting ready for this press conference. Looks like most of the cabinet's there. Caroline Leavitt, Scott Bessent, Mike Waltz, Steve Witkoff, all the big hitters are going to be here. So let me continue with this until they all walk in the room, because it should be shortly.
Started with France, but now it's Turkey, Spain. You've got it spreading to Africa now. You're spreading to Asia. And the danger here is that these things are going to be used in a punitive way to punish. And who's involved? You got what are digital services? We should ask that question. It's like Amazon with its cloud computing, its online marketing, Meta with its social media, Google with its digital advertising, things like that. And it's literally billions of dollars. So the boss says that's not going to happen anymore. He embraces what we call the philosophy of reciprocal trade. So if they're going to harm us, we're going to respond in kind with tariffs until they back off. And I think these countries, Kate, are going to learn that the juice isn't worth the squeeze. And President Trump's strength here is going to save American taxpayers billions of dollars.
We're in favor of the tariffs because we make everything in America. Our factories are in Baltimore, Indiana, and Michigan. We use American steel, American workers, and we're leaning in on American manufacturing. We're excited about American manufacturing in the future. You know, we have an amazing safety record. We've gone 2,200 days without a safety incident in our Indiana plant, 1,100 days in our Maryland plant. We really take great care of our employees, and we're competing with countries like China, where they don't have the same kind of focus on their employees. And, we're competing with countries that despoil their environment and they're debasing their currency. It's challenging for the American factory worker to compete with that.
So then, Drew, it sounds like you're saying you support these tariffs from a competition standpoint so that the imports are more expensive. And I'm inferring that means that your products can continue to be sold at the same price without increasing the cost to other businesses or customers. Is that accurate? Are you committing to keeping your prices as they are now?
Right. We need a level playing field. That's all we're asking for. The American worker can compete with any worker in the world. We're very creative. We're very imaginative. We have wonderful ideas on how to improve.
You see, there's so much misinformation about tariffs that when you actually talk to a business owner who's dealing with tariffs, you get a completely different perspective. This guy owns a steel company in Baltimore, and even the person doing the interview, who probably doesn't know how it works, is listening to this guy talk and go, oh, so it actually is good for you. Yes, it's good. When you're listening to Jasmine Crockett and some of the nuts talk about it, AOC, all they can do is talk tax the rich, is because they don't want this country to be prosperous. So they start scaring people, like you're going to pay more for tomatoes or something like that.
Improve companies' throughput. You know, we make wire baskets here, we make wire racks here in Baltimore, we make sheet metal fabrications, and we export to 45 countries throughout the world. And it's because we have 7-degreed engineers. They're phenomenal. This is what makes us different. Our challenge is that we're competing against governments like the Chinese government, which has steel mills, and they have steel basket factories, and they're competing with us. And then they subsidize the steel, they subsidize the labor. We don't have those kinds of subsidies. We just want a level playing field. If we have a level playing field, the American worker will win. We have 12 million American factory workers in America. How do we get to 25 million factory workers? That's what we should be thinking about. If we have a fair and level playing field, our American factory workers will thrive and prosper. We can really pull people from poverty, bring them into the middle class. It's so exciting.
It's so simple. When you talk to a business person, it's so simple. We'll pull these people. We'll pull them into prosperity. All we need is the ability to do business, and we will make people better. They will have better lives. And the contrast is the Democrats do just the opposite. You need to stay here, and we'll throw you something, okay? We'll feed you some EBT cards or something. Let me finish because he's walking out.
But this is good stuff going on. I don't know why anybody would think it isn't, and it hasn't ever been done. And I think it's a wonderful idea that this money stays in the economy instead of being wasted.
That is unnecessarily hard.
Oops, wrong way.
And that's where we were, you know, but let's be clear. Crime is down, jobs are up. This is safe.
And let me get the volume going.
Back to the White House. We've been together quite often, but not that often in the White House. We honored
a joint statement. Let's take a listen.
I'm delighted to welcome President Macron back to the White House. We've been together quite often, but not that often in the White House. We honored the President, First Lady of France, not so long ago. It was a beautiful evening, and we will not soon forget it. It was a beautiful day and evening, and many fond memories. I also want to thank Emmanuel for hosting me in Paris last December after a historic election win to witness the reopening of the spectacular Notre Dame Cathedral, where you did an outstanding job in bringing it back together. That was a sad day watching that burn, and 5 years later you had it up, and it was they say more beautiful than it was before, so I think that's a great achievement. That was not easy. France is America's oldest ally. Our cherished partnership has been a force for freedom, prosperity, and peace from the very beginning. We're now working on some very interesting developments. One in particular, as you know, the war between Russia and Ukraine. In the American Revolution, French support helped us to seize our destiny as an independent nation. In the First and Second World Wars, our citizens shed blood together on the battlefields of Europe. And I'll never forget joining President Macron 6 years ago on the 75th anniversary of D-Day. That was some day. The purpose of our meeting today is to end another battle, a really horrible one, a war, something that we haven't seen since the Second World War, that is ravaging European soil, the deadliest and most destructive conflict that one can imagine. I've seen the pictures, I've seen the satellite photos and lots of other photos, and it's a horrible thing that's happening. Thousands of people are dying a week. This very day is the third anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened if I was president. That was not going to happen. The horrors of this gruesome and bloody war can scarcely be overestimated. Hundreds of thousands of people, Russians and Ukrainians in particular, have needlessly died. An entire generation of Ukrainians and Russian men has been decimated. 1,000-year-old cities have been turned into rubble. Those beautiful spires that you used to see there, they were most beautiful in the world. They turned into rubble. Those beautiful spires that you used to see there, they were most beautiful in the world, they say, are lying in heaps of rubble, blasted to smithereens. And it's time to end this bloodletting and restore peace, and I think we're going to do it. We've had some great conversations, including with Russia. Since my return to the White House, we've made more progress toward that goal in 1 month than occurred in the past 3 years. And I've spoken with both President Putin and President Zelensky. And again, a lot of good things toward peace are happening, moving it, I think, pretty quickly. Last week, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff conducted successful talks in Saudi Arabia with the delegation from Russia, and I'd like to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the King and Mohammed, great people, really working hard to get this done. Our focus is on achieving a ceasefire as soon as possible and ultimately a permanent peace. My meeting with President Macron today was another important step forward in that sphere, because he's been very much involved right from the beginning in trying to get it over with, and we're going to get it done. I believe that Emmanuel agrees with me on many of the most important issues. Chief among them is this is the right time. It may be the only time. You know, that's a very interesting and horrible situation, and that could evolve into a third world war. We're not going to let that happen. Should have never started, but it did. And what a mess, what a horrible, bloody mess. I'm also pleased that President Macron agrees that the cost and burden of securing the peace must be borne by the nations of Europe, not alone by the United States. And Europe must take that central role in assuring long-term security of Ukraine, which they want to do. And that's not a very big step. A big step is what's going to happen over the next few weeks. The United States has put up far more aid for Ukraine than any other nation. Hundreds of billions of dollars. We've spent more than 300 billion, and Europe has spent about 100 billion. That's a big difference, and at some point we should equalize. But hopefully we won't have to worry about that. We have other things happening that maybe take that out of the realm of necessity. And while we've given vast amounts of military aid and money in form of grants, much of Europe's contribution has been economic relief structured as loans for which they'll be repaid. Like the Europeans, I believe that taxpayers in the United States also deserve to recoup the colossal amounts of money that we've sent. The previous administration never even thought of that. They didn't think of a lot of things, like why did they let it start in the first place? That is why we must have an agreement with Ukraine on critical minerals and rare earths and various other things as security. And I think that that's happening. I think we've made a lot of progress. I had a report just given to me before walking in that we've made, Emmanuel, a great deal of progress toward getting that. I've been elected by the American people to restore common sense to Washington and indeed to the world. And I believe strongly that it's in the best interest of the United States, the best interest in Europe, the best interest of Ukraine, and indeed the best interest of Russia to stop the killing now and bring the world to peace. My administration is making a decisive break with the foreign policy failures of the past administration and, frankly, the past. I ran against a very foolish foreign policy establishment, and their recklessness has led to the death of many, many people. Under our administration, we're forging a new path that promotes peace around the world. And when I left office for the first administration, first term, we had no wars, we had no problems. We didn't have October 7th with Israel. We didn't have Russia and Ukraine going at it. We didn't have the problems in other parts of the Middle East. We didn't have inflation. It was a whole different world. And you know what else we didn't have? Millions of people pouring through our borders, many of them criminals released from other nations and put right into our land, murderers and drug dealers, gangs. We didn't have any of that. It's a different time, but now we have it and we're fixing it. We'll fix it all up. We'll get it done as quickly as possible. And we've made a great deal of progress. People are saying it was the best month for a president in our country's history. I hope that's right, but I feel it's right. We've done a lot of things in a very short period of time, 4 weeks. As I've said before, it's my hope that my greatest legacy, however, will be as a peacemaker and a unifier. I want to bring peace, not war. I thank President Macron for joining us today in this urgent work we're doing. We have some wonderful people up front right here that have worked so hard. Steve Witkoff, thank you very much. And Michael Waltz, thank you. Scott, thank you very much. And JD, thank you. They've really done a job. They worked very hard. It's a real passion to get this war ended. And I'd like to now we invite Emmanuel to say a few words, and then we'll take questions. And again, Emmanuel, it's a great honor to have you with us at the White House. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear Donald. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, je vais dire quelques mots en français.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be saying a few words in French.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear Donald, for your hospitality and for this visit. As you mentioned, we have had the opportunity to meet over the past few years. Since your first term, we've been able to discuss matters in Paris and also here at the White House. And it has always been a great joy to do that, and I would like to commend you. And thank you, Mr. President, for extending this friendship to France and taking part in the ceremony at Notre Dame that you mentioned before. It was a great honor for the French people to reopen the cathedral to the rest of the world, and your presence was a testament to that friendship. As the President said, this friendship dates back to the Revolutionary War, since the beginning of the United States, and whenever we've needed to, we've been able to come together and be on the right side. We've been able to be united to defend peace and sovereignty, namely in the two world wars that marked the 20th century, from Lafayette to Pershing and to the many Americans who landed on Omaha Beach. And we spoke earlier before, and you mentioned that one of those gentlemen was able to visit you here, one of the veterans. This is part of history, which puts us in the world that we are in today. And as the President just said, there are many challenges in this world. And over the past few days, we have one main objective, which is the geopolitical situation. Mr. President, I really wish to thank you for making changes to your schedule to meet with us so quickly. I think we've made very substantive steps forward during our discussions, and this is a major step in what we're experiencing today. We had a video conference with all of the G7 leaders, which was an opportunity for us to discuss this matter 3 days after the Russian war in Ukraine, and to express our support for President Zelensky to the Ukrainian people, but also to speak and share about our desire for a lasting peace. This is what we have spoken about very forcibly over the past few weeks. We thought that this war was only going to last a few weeks when it broke out in 2022. We admire greatly the courage of the Ukrainian people. And Mr. President, I wish to thank you for this. You mentioned that there are responsibilities on Europe's side, and indeed, we have invested $128 billion in aid to Ukraine and the Ukrainians. Ukraine has been able to hold the front of our collective security. It's fought over these past few years for its independence and for its sovereignty, but also for our collective security, because I think that no one in this room wants to live in a world where it's the law of the strongest and international borders can be violated from one day to the next by anyone. Over the past few hours, and as you mentioned this, Mr. President, we've been able to see a few things take shape. First of all, allow me to commend you on your decision to work with President Zelensky and to conclude this agreement that's so important for the U.S. and Ukraine on rare earths, critical minerals, but also having substantive conversations with President Zelensky during this key phase of achieving this deal, which is a major commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty, and I think that's very commendable. We also have a shared desire to build peace. We will have this responsibility. This is 10 years after the war started in Crimea. And then we saw the events in the Donbas region and along the northern part of the country. We want to save lives. We want to bring prisoners back and bring back families and children, because there is also humanitarian tragedy affecting the Ukrainian people. We had lengthy discussions with the president, and we spoke about our desire to bring an end to conflicts, to have a truce that is measurable, verifiable, and that enables negotiation of a lasting peace, where we will discuss not only Ukraine's reconstruction, its territories, but also the security guarantees, meaning maintaining peace over the long term. As I said to the president, we've experienced peace accords that were only ceasefires without ensuring security guarantees, Minsk 1 and 2. And we want to make sure this doesn't happen again. And I know that the president has expressed the desire to be a player for peace in the region. I've spoken with some 30 European leaders and allies in recent days. We want to bring together these allies, and share the same vision. This peace must not mean a surrender of Ukraine. It must not mean a ceasefire without guarantees. This peace must allow for Ukrainian sovereignty and allow Ukraine to negotiate with other stakeholders regarding the issues it affects. But it is also a country in which we need to shoulder our responsibilities so that we ensure security and stability for Ukraine and for the entire region. And for us Europeans, this is an existential issue. We also spoke about these issues at length with the president. We've worked with President Zelensky and gotten to some of the details of the various phases of the negotiation. And we've also been able to speak about some of this work with our British partners to talk about deployments of peace forces on Ukrainian soil, which are part of these security guarantees. Other countries are ready to join in this effort. Solidarity and support from the U.S. will be crucial to this, and I thank you, Mr. President, for beginning to work with us on this issue. And the agreement that you are preparing to sign with Ukraine and with all of these discussions we've had are very solid guarantees that we are understood and that we have the same wish, peace as soon as possible, lasting, solid peace for everyone, and the renewal of an international situation where we are all able to shoulder our responsibilities, Europeans shouldering their responsibilities alongside their American allies who will shoulder their own responsibilities. I also wanted to be very clear, Mr. President, about Europe's commitment. We have committed to building a lasting peace. As Europeans, we have committed to being stakeholders in these security guarantees. And we are also well aware that Europeans need to do more for security in Europe, for defense in Europe, and to more fairly share the security burden that your country has been carrying for so many years. Mr. President, you know how much friendship I show towards you and I have towards you since your first term. Europe is very clear-eyed about this. We know what we need to do as Europeans, given the threats surrounding us and the responsibilities that we must shoulder. We spoke about the Versailles Agenda, which allowed the Europeans to take a historic step and increase their investments. Europeans are ready to do even more and to go even farther. And several leaders said that to me before I came here to meet you. Mr. President, dear Donald, you spoke about this peace through strength. We fully share that, because we must recognize the sacrifices made by the Ukrainian people and what we owe to them. The President and I also spoke about economic matters and our desire to see more prosperity in the United States and in Europe. We had discussions which will be carried on by our teams, our ministers and secretaries, to flesh out some of those ideas. But the idea is to have fair competition and no bias within competition between our industries. Now, the American and European economies are extremely intertwined. Some 1.5 billion in trade, a trillion rather, in goods and services, and I know you've spoken about wanting to look at the balance of payments. We also have a trade deficit, and I know that we need to look not only at goods, but also digital items and goods, which you export. And we want to make a sincere commitment towards fair competition where we have smooth trade and more investments. You already invest a great deal in France, and France is the fifth largest investor in the United States. And I would like to recognize here all of the American investors who announced investments, some $120 billion that were announced at the AI summit. This is our wish. We want to have more prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic. We have a shared agenda in that regard. We also spoke about the Middle East, among other subjects. And here again, we have the same desire. We don't want to see Iran obtain nuclear weapons. We don't want, or rather, we want an approach with partners in the region that we can trust. Given Iran's nuclear activities, we want to limit its ballistic capabilities and avoid any type of regional destabilization. With respect to Syria and Iraq, we also share the same desire. We don't want to see Islamic terrorist groups resume any of their activities, because for some time our armies have very bravely been engaged in the Gulf, as you have led, and contributions have been significant and helped stability in the region. And I say this with great sincerity. France was affected by a terrorist attack in 2015, which was linked to the terrorist activity in Syria. And we are in that region at your side to work for more security. Ladies and gentlemen, we had extremely productive discussions this morning during the conference, and we spoke with our ministers and counselors and advisors. And I wish to say, after speaking with President Trump, I am fully believe that there is a path forward. We share the same beliefs. We know what work needs to be done, and in the weeks to come, we will work on that. Our teams will come together in various formats to make sure that we have this solid, lasting peace with great strength. Mr. President, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. Thank you so much for these productive discussions and for your commitment. Thank you, dear Donald.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amelia. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Brian, would you like to ask a question? Go ahead.
Mr. President, welcome. President Trump. I just want to touch upon real quickly the Harvard poll that came out that had, thank you very much, the Harvard poll that came out had you up 9+ points, and all of your agenda that you ran on, you're accomplishing that. You got the support of the American people, including stopping the war in Ukraine. If you can comment on the latest Harvard poll, I'd appreciate that.
Well, I was honored by it. It was a big poll, and it's usually a poll that leans on the other side of things, the other side of the world, so to speak. But the Harvard poll is a respected poll, and it has us not only leading, but leading by a lot, and leading on every single issue that we've talked about. And as I said, we've become the party of common sense. And I think that's a very important element now, common sense, because what's happening in the world and even in this country, some of the things that took place, many of them are now canceled, and the rest are being canceled as we speak. But we've moved very rapidly and I think very effectively. So I was honored by that poll. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you would like to see Russia.
Yes, go ahead.
Are there any conditions that you want Russia to meet before we have India? And you meeting in Saudi Arabia, when you're meeting in Saudi Arabia with President Putin, will that happen regardless of any progress on the Ukrainian file?
Yeah, I think the meeting in Saudi Arabia was a fantastic one. We met with the Crown Prince. It was fantastic. A young guy. He's young, but with great imagination and tremendously respected all over the world. And he goes right to the king, and the king is incredible. Gotten to be friends with both of them very much, and they want to see this ended, and they're going all out to make sure that it is ended. I think Russia, likewise. I've spoken to President Putin, and my people are dealing with him constantly, and his people in particular. And they want to do something. I mean, that's what I do. I do deals. My whole life is deals. That's all I know is deals. And I know when somebody wants to make it and when somebody doesn't. I will say this, before I came here, there was no communication with Russia whatsoever, and Russia wasn't answering calls. They were not talking to anybody. They wouldn't talk to anybody, and people sort of accepted that as being that they want to go forward and just keep going without stop. But when I got here, one of the first calls I made was to President Putin, and we were treated with great respect, and they want to end this war. So that's a big thing, because I didn't know if I could say that, but it's a big thing. They want to do it, and the group in the front row that I introduced, they're all very active in it, and we're working on deals right now, transactions right now, and in particular, the big one is to get the war stopped, whether it's ceasefire or direct to an agreement. I'd like to go directly to an agreement, but ceasefire will always happen a little bit quicker. And every day you're saving thousands, or at least hundreds, but thousands in some cases lives. So we want to see if we can get that done very quickly. Yes, for the president, please.
Thank you. I'm a correspondent based in Paris. Question for both of you, actually. Mr. Macron, you were one of the last Western leaders to speak to Putin before Ukraine's invasion. What advice, what recommendation could you make to President Trump to make sure that this time you can get strong enough guarantees, from Putin to get a peace deal that lasts this time? And Mr. President Trump, what makes you think you can trust Putin in those negotiations? Thank you.
Look, I will never give any advice to President Trump. We have friendly and trustful discussion, but my experience with President Putin is the following. Number one, I always think it's good to have discussion with other leaders, and especially when you disagree. I stopped my discussion with President Putin after Bucha and the war crimes, because I considered that, we had nothing to get from him in that time. Now there is a big change, because there is a new US administration, so this is a new context. So there is good reason for President Trump to re-engage with President Putin. But my experience is the following, and I shared it with President Trump and the team. In 2014, our predecessors negotiated peace with President Putin. But because of the lack of guarantees, and especially security guarantees, President Putin violated this peace. And I had several discussions, especially at the beginning of 2022, several times, 7 hours with President Putin, 15 days before launching of the attack. He denied everything, but we didn't have security guarantees. So this is why being strong and having deterrence capacities is the only way to be sure it will be respected. And I insisted on that, and this is why I believe that the US has the capacity to do so. And this is why I think we should never say, I will never send any boots on the ground, because you give a blank check to violate any type of commitment. So I think it's good to have discussion. I think it's useful to have negotiation. I think it's super important to go to the peace, but my strong point was to say, let's try to get something first which can be assessed, checked and verified. And let's be sure that we build sufficient guarantees on the short run. And this is where we are ready to be engaged. As for France, a lot of my European colleagues are ready to be engaged. But we do need this American backup because this is part of the credibility of the security guarantees. And this is our collective deterrence capacity. And I have the feeling that the president has this capacity.
I think it's very much to the benefit of Russia to make a deal. And I feel that we'll do that. It is what it is. Again, it's a war that should have never been started. It's a war that would not have been started if I were president, but it did start, and it's at a terrible level where cities are burned down and shot down to the ground. It looks like demolition sites, a whole big pile of demolition sites, and we got to get it stopped. Too many people, too much agony. The whole culture is destroyed when you rip down some of those really ancient or near ancient buildings. It's so sad to see, but I think it's very much to the benefit of this tremendous distrust on both sides. That's why it's good that I'm coming in now, but I think it's to the very much benefit of Russia to make a deal and to go on with leading Russia in a very positive way. That's what you have to do. But I really believe that he wants to make a deal. Maybe wrong, but I believe he wants to make a deal. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, next week there's a key deadline for your Canada and Mexico tariffs. Do you expect those will go
Pour
back
les
on? Do you
droits
believe those countries have done enough on the border to stop those from taking effect? And for President Macron, I'm wondering if you believe that this critical minerals deal with Ukraine represents a de facto security guarantee by the United States, since the U.S. would have an interest in protecting those reserves in Ukraine. Thank you.
We're on time with the tariffs, and it seems like that's moving along very rapidly. We've been mistreated very badly by many countries, not just Canada and Mexico. We've been taken advantage of. We were led by, in some cases, fools, because anybody that would sign documents like they signed, where they were able to take advantage of the American people, like has happened over the last long period of time, except for a little 4-year period that took place 4 years ago. But anybody that would agree to allow this to happen to our country should be ashamed of themselves. No, the tariffs are going forward on time, on schedule. This is an abuse that took place for many, many years. And I'm not even blaming the other countries that did this. I blame our leadership for allowing it to happen. I mean, who can blame them if they made these great deals with the United States, took advantage of the United States on manufacturing, on just about everything. Every aspect that you could imagine they took advantage of. I look at some of these agreements, I'd read them at night, and I'd say, who would ever sign a thing like this? So the tariffs will go forward, yes, and we're going to make up a lot of territory. All we want is reciprocal. We want reciprocity. We want to have the same. So if somebody charges us, we charge them. It's very simple, but it'll be very good for our country. Our country will be extremely liquid and rich again. Plus, we're doing other things, as you know. We're finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse at levels that nobody thought possible. You're seeing what's going on, and that was also part of the Harvard poll. Do you agree with what President Trump is doing with Elon and others that are looking for the waste, fraud, and abuse? And the numbers were staggering. It was like 70% to 2%. Everybody wants to find out. They don't like it. And, the radical left or whoever it may be starts screaming about the Constitution, but it has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has to do with fairness to this country. It has to do with being ripped off. And when you read the things that all of these billions, and I mean many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars have been spent on, that's all you have to do is stand up here and read them. I could stand up all day and read the kind of things where we're spending all of this money. The good news is that when you think of how rich a nation we can be when we get rid of this, sometimes you'll buy a company and you'll see it was really well run. They accounted for every penny. Well, not much you can do there. You got yourself a bad deal. This one, is the exact opposite. Tremendous fraud, tremendous waste. And when you think of what it is, Elon uses an expression, caring. If we had people that just cared a little bit when they did contracts, when they negotiated with outside vendors on behalf of the United States, that's what I'm doing now. I'm negotiating for the people of the United States. So we're doing a great job of it. I will say we found it'll be hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud and abuse. Thank you, please.
Look, I think this discussion is a very important one. First, because it's important for the US, and it will be a good occasion for a first very important meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky. Second, I think there is a lot of economic upside on both sides. And third, de facto, there is a recognition of Ukrainian sovereignty, a recognition of the Ukrainian interests, and this is de facto a very important alignment of interests. Now, the security guarantees will be negotiated in due time in a full-fledged package of a peace security. But this peace, as it is now written and negotiated, and as this meeting is scheduled, is an important step forward, full-fledged peace agreement.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Monsieur le Président Trump, Monsieur le Président Macron.
President Trump, President Macron.
You say, I would like to make a deal with Putin. So when you do a deal, it's a win-win deal. What are you giving to him and what is he going to give you to America? And I was impressed by the way you referred to Notre Dame and that you were impressed by the reconstruction of Notre Dame. A lot of Americans have sent money to Paris to participate to the reconstruction of Notre Dame. As a president of the United States, are you going to contribute to the reconstruction of Ukraine? Et Monsieur le Président Macron,
President Macron, what for you is the main area of progress in your meeting with President Trump? Can you confirm that there is an agreement to send European peacekeeping troops? Will France participate in that? How many troops? What would they be doing? Would this represent a great danger to send French and European troops to Ukraine?
Well, I guess it's a little strange question because you ask whether or not we're going to, on behalf of the United States, contribute to Ukraine. I mean, we're in there for about $350 billion. I think that's a pretty big contribution. I do appreciate the first part of your question, however, because I think they've done an incredible job with the Cathedral of Notre Dame. I think the president has done. I know he headed it up, and I know how hard he worked, and it took a period of time, but really not a long period of time considering what that was, so delicate, so beautiful. And I was there, and I saw the work, and I'm very good at construction. I know good construction, I know bad construction. They did a beautiful job, and this man has to be given a lot of credit for that. It's an incredible cathedral. Most people thought it couldn't be saved, and if it was, it would have to be built in a different form, and we didn't want to see a different form. We wanted to see the same form that you built. So I just want to congratulate you. That was an amazing job. I don't think you've gotten enough credit for it. Someday you will. Someday you will.
Thank you, Donald. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. To go back to your question, today's discussion showed several areas of progress. First, we have been working a great deal with President Zelensky to have a proposal that's acceptable to Ukraine. President Trump has confirmed that he will be meeting with President Zelensky very soon to finalize the agreement on critical minerals and rare earths and to speak together about that matter. That's a very important step forward. The second thing is that during our discussions, we were able to go into some of the details about the proposal that we have just made to have a truce, a peace, and be able to measure that and then structure our discussions on that basis. France and several other European countries, along with Ukraine, are hard at work to build this lasting peace with very specific points, including security guarantees, the territories that belong to Ukraine, the issue of reconstruction, the economy, and critical minerals. We've been able to go into the details of those proposals. The third area of progress, which really mark a turning point is the fact that we were able to talk about the details of the security guarantees. And the president has shown this over the past few days, and he said so a moment ago. We want peace. He wants peace. We want peace swiftly, but we don't want an agreement that is weak. The fact that there are Europeans that are ready to engage, to provide for these security guarantees. And now there's a clear American message that the U.S., as an ally, is ready to provide that solidarity for that approach. That's a turning point, in my view. And that is one of the great areas of progress that we've made during this trip and during this discussion. When it comes to troops, in the past, a year ago specifically, we saw a reason to talk about sending troops for strategic regions. Today, when we talk about troops, we're talking about sending them in after we've negotiated a lasting peace. And once we have that solid, lasting peace that's part of an agreement signed by Ukraine, signed by Russia, and for which we will provide the guarantees. Then at that point, and recently France has worked with the UK to provide its contributions. We've worked on plans, we've worked with our militaries, not to go to the front lines, not to go into occupied territories, but as a show of support to show that we have a negotiated peace signed by both sides, and that is a peace we will preserve. So these would be peaceful deployments of troops, not for combat. These would be deployments of an assurance force. They would be limited, but they show solidarity. I've also spoken with all of our allies, and there are European and non-European allies who are ready and willing to take part in that effort. Countries have helped Ukraine maintain its military capabilities in terms of the number of soldiers it has, equipment, whereas others have provided logistical support on the ground. The question is whether or in what form the U.S. will contribute. And during our discussions, and during the discussions with Russia, we've understood that this would be acceptable to Russia, and that's a very important area of progress. And that means that in this context, the Europeans will shoulder their part of the burden, their share of the burden. We have a strong alliance that we've built over the decades. We have our solidarity, and we have deterrence capacities. What does it mean? Would it be dangerous? If there is an agreement signed by Ukraine and Russia, thanks to the efforts of President Trump, and if we provide the guarantees and Russia violates the agreement, then it would be in conflict with everyone who is engaged in the peace process. And that is a change. That was something we did not see in the past. That's not what we saw in 2014. So that is the real change that we're marking. We have this deterrence capacity on the American side. We have the capacity for engagement on the European side, and that's something we're going to continue working on together. It's not dangerous, but it's credible. It's less dangerous than things that could happen in the long term. And I think this is what we need to do to ensure security. And I say this very clearly. We're also talking about security for Europeans. I've been saying this for weeks now. If we do not guarantee the security of this territory within Europe, then how can we guarantee our own security for one and all? We live just 1,500 kilometers from Ukraine, and the Germans and Polish are even closer. So our collective security is important. We need to answer this call for Europeans to be more engaged, and Americans will be there still in solidarity. Europeans are working for their collective security, but I really think this was a turning point today in our discussions.
Emmanuel, thank you very much. Great job, and it's been wonderful being with you. Say hello to your beautiful wife, and we will see you again soon. We'll be speaking often. We'll get this thing worked out. We're going to get it done. So important, and great job.
Thank you.
The joint news conference. Okay, so that was the press conference. I I was awake, kinda, because Macron was making me want to fall asleep. I don't know how much you guys got out of that. To me, the big thing I got out of that was Trump is going to be leading the way. He's going to be talking to Zelensky. He's going to get the deal done, and he's going to do business with Russia. And if you guys don't like it, too freaking bad. That's pretty much what he said. In between trying to stay awake while Macron was rambling. But that's where we're going. All right, so I'm seeing some of you guys talk about the Pope. The Pope, as of right now, has not succumbed. The Vatican did release a tweet or post or whatever saying they don't expect him to survive beyond the next 48 to 72 hours. So within 48 to 72 hours, if the doctors are correct, Pope will be passing on, and then the Vatican will go to, basically looking to vote in a new pope, if that's what they do. Who knows? Teresa goes, I was falling asleep too. I mean, it's hard to listen to an interpreter at the same time, and when he's not really saying anything. That's the thing with it. He wasn't really giving us any new information or anything. All right. So, anyway, that's the press conference. It's done. President Trump, as of right now, doesn't have anything else on his schedule. So if he pops up with something, I've got 2 monitors open. We'll take it. So let's continue. So I just finished talking to you guys about business and how the world is now, not the world companies are now seeing that America is opening for business, and that, it's the it's the left that doesn't want you to be prosperous. There was a guy in the chat, and it's something which is why I was quick to respond, and it wasn't nasty. I like to make people think. If you're going to chat in here, there's a chance I may ask you a question or somebody else may ask you a question, and it's not necessarily meant to offend. It's to make you think about what you just said. So one of the guys that was in here was like, he's talking about people making money, and he goes, I think it was something to the effect of, you shouldn't have more than you need, which is a common Marxist refrain. To which I asked him, can you define need? And he got mad and said, I'm out. Oftentimes I've told you, you ask somebody 2 or 3 questions and you get to the core of something where they have no answer and they run. It's very simple, and you don't even have to get nasty. Listen to what they say and then just ask the question. Oh, okay. You're saying people shouldn't have more than they need. Define need. You see, so much stuff gets talked about, especially on the left. And I think this guy was actually on the right, where they say flowery things and bumper stickers and things of that nature, like living wage is one of the fallacies. And of course, your fair share. But nobody can ever define fair share because they're not allowed to define fair share, because once you put a fair share tag on it, then, okay, so I paid it. You shut up, don't bother me anymore. No, they continually have to come back and say you're not paying your fair share. I thought I already paid my fair share. And so the same thing is with the word need. People shouldn't have more than they need. At which point you just easily say to people, define need. I'm pretty sure my needs are different than your needs. And your needs are different from Fred's needs. And Fred's needs are different than Shirley's needs. And so there is no definition of need. The definition is on you not wanting people to overachieve and get what they want. I think, what do we all need? We need some water, we need some food, and we need some place to lay our head. That's all you need. And of course, God. That's all you need. So let's not talk about need, and when you're talking about, people being prosperous, need is a base level. If you got some water and some ramen, you're probably going to eat. You're probably going to be okay. That's all you need. But see, that's not what life is about. Living life to the fullest. I don't need X kind of car. I want that car. I don't need to have this kind of camera. In fact, I may upgrade this camera. How are you to define what somebody else needs? That's probably one of the rudest things I've ever heard people, especially when they come down to South Florida. People come down to South Florida and they drive in some of these areas, and you get comments like, no one needs to live like that. And I'm like, if you're me, then you look at Tom Brady's house and go, wow. But if you're Warren Buffett, you look at Tom Brady's house and go, oh, that's all you got? Because it's a different level. Completely different perspective, even though Warren Buffett lives really, really simple. Almost like a pastor. But you don't need a jet. You can fly commercial, but my ex-boss has his own jet. It's not up to me to tell him what he needs, because he did need it. See, that's the thing. You see a jet and you're like, well, you don't need a jet. How about you ask him why he bought it? You see, this guy is doing deals all around the country, and he said, I promised my kids I would always be home to tuck them in at night. And so if I'm in California doing a deal, I need to be back home in Boca every single night. That was his need. It wasn't my need. I don't need a jet. I'd love to have one. It would be awesome. I'd never see Robin because she'd be jetting around someplace, but I don't need a jet. He needs a jet. So when you say that to somebody, oh, you don't need that. How do you know? How do you know? Because unless you talk to my former boss and said, dude, why'd you buy a jet? Well, I promised my kids that I would always be home every single night, as much as possible anyways. And I was like, damn, that's a great thing to have. Hey, I got a meeting in Chicago, and I need to be home right away. All right, so SV with the bulletin. What SV sent me here? I think, SV, if I think that what you sent me might be the same thing that I'm looking at, if it is what I think it is, I can't say it because it's so bad. Is it that the one? He says FBI whistleblower reveals the FBI is actively destroying evidence after Cash Bongino takeover. Yeah, there's something I heard worse. I'll cover that tonight. It's really, really bad. So anyway, let me go and continue with the show here that I have planned. Wanted to show you this. This is what the Democrats have been basically resolved to. You notice Trump, the first question was from RSBN reporter, and he was talking about the Harvard poll. And some of you guys went, Harvard poll? What's the Harvard poll? So let me see if I can pull up the information on this Harvard poll, because it's very interesting. Where is that? Hold on one second. Let me pull it up, because I got so much stuff to show you guys. All right. This is the Harvard poll, which came out this morning at 10:30. That's very important when you hear what I'm going to show you. So this came out this morning by Harvard Harris. Not exactly a right-leaning pollster, if you still believe in polls. Anyway, the poll from February 2021 shows that President Trump and his policies are wildly popular. Not popular, wildly popular. Approved, 52%, which is +9 over his disapproval. Democrats hit a historic low at just 32% approval. A massive majority support a government agency dedicated to rooting out waste and fraud. 72% of Americans, which means a whole lot of Democrats, approve of Doge. You can't get to 72% without having a whole lot of Democrats. Voters who say the country is on the right track is up 14 points from January, just last month. So, if 72% of people, which has to include a lot of Democrats, And those Democrats are now saying, yeah, we like what's going on. Tell me what this is all about.
Let me ask you this. So you got a lot of Democrats who have been sort of yelling and screaming about a lot of these nominations, and in some cases, I think rightly so, and in other cases, I think it's been a bit overwrought. But, it seems that the angrier Democrats get, the more it feeds into exactly what Donald Trump and Elon Musk and some of these other folks want. Meaning, Fox News plays sound bites of Democrats' heads exploding as sort of sport. So what should they do from a media or political perspective?
Well, okay, I'm going to tease a piece I'm pretty sure will be coming out that I'm doing in the New York Times, probably Monday or Tuesday, but sometimes they'll kill it. But what I've said very publicly, the Democrats need to play possum. This whole thing is collapsing. It doesn't need Elizabeth Warren and somebody screaming to pacify some progressive advocacy groups in Washington, which, by the way, I wish these people were just useless. They're actually worse than useless, that they're detrimental. And they never, ever learn to shut up. And so, Dan, this is what I believe. I believe that this administration, in less than 30 days, in the midst of a massive collapse, and particularly a collapse in public opinion. Della Volpe at Harvard, who's very good. I used to think, once I saw...
You heard who he just mentioned, Harvard. So he's been back-channel talking to the people at Harvard saying, I trust you, what's going to happen? Well, in 30 days, he's going to crater. Okay, keep going.
Harvard Youth poll, I discounted it. I've come to say it's a pretty damn good poll. Pretty good guy. He's gone from 53 approval to under 30 to 39. That's a collapse. And all we need to do, the analogy I use, is picket is 500 yards from the stone wall. Hold your fire. It's going to be easy pickings here in 6 weeks. Just lay back.
So you literally think 30 days to 6 weeks, the Trump administration is effectively going to collapse in terms of public support?
Well, it's collapsing right now. We're in the midst of a collapse. This is the lowest approval, not even close, that any president has ever had at a comparable time.
But now look at this.
So, James, we can see you're planning something. Unfortunately, the same people that you're relying on for this poll already came out and said just the opposite. So, where is this? Let's just look at this a second. All right, so you're saying, James, that it's about to crater. So are we looking at an illusion? Listen to what he said, right? You heard that he said, give it like 30 days, 6 weeks, and it's collapsing. It's falling down. So they're building a new narrative, and they're using the pollsters now to sustain what they're gonna be trying to do. So you here can go ahead on February 24th and mark it down that President Trump's approval ratings in the polls is gonna collapse in 30 days. That's the plan. They're bringing out the big guns. And they're saying, just watch. You'll see what happens, because that's our plan. We're going to have the New York Times and everybody come out with these stupid polls, and you expect everybody else to go along with it. Barry, how do you know it? Well, it's not just him.
Gallup just did its follow-up poll, now 1 month into Trump being back in office, and his numbers have gotten worse. He's not -1 anymore. Now he's -6, which makes him, at this point in his term, not only the most disliked and unpopular president in 70-plus years of Gallup polling, Gallup says it actually puts him 15 points below the average polling for presidents. Again, over the last 72 years in which they have been doing this polling. At this point, in a presidential term, 1 month in, the average is 15 points higher than where Trump is right now. Nobody has ever started off a presidential term this poorly in the eyes of the American people.
Now you're convinced these people got nothing? Now can you see, as I've been telling you, they have absolutely nothing. This is the worst president in history. Nobody likes what this guy's doing. Oh my God. And so what you're going to have is the orcs out there. You just prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. This is the new narrative that is dropping. Oh, he's got the worst ratings of anybody ever in history. Nobody wants what he's doing. And they're bringing out the big guns to do it. James Carville, Rachel Maddow. Everybody now is going to start echoing this. Oh, his poll numbers are dropping. What poll numbers? What poll numbers are you talking about, Rachel?
I mean, all presidents are above water at this point in their presidencies, right out of the gate. Trump's the only one. Trump was underwater with the American public from day one, and since then he's been sinking like a cinder block in an ocean trench. I did not know to expect that. To be fair, part of the reason I'd expected that Gallup number might go up and not down is because Gallup's not the only game in town. There were other national, well-regarded quality polls that came out right at the start of Trump's term that did show him in positive territory. Not big positive territory, but still positive. Like, for example, the Quinnipiac poll, which came out in late January, right after Trump was sworn in. It showed Trump doing okay. I mean, not great, but in that poll, he was above water. He was +3. But now, though, again, 1 month in, that same poll, Quinnipiac, it's flipped. He has gone from +3 in his first week in office to -4 now. That is a quick turnaround for a poll that initially looked okay for him less than a month ago. It looked okay for him, now it looks terrible for him. Why is that? Well, it's because Trump's been...
Why is it? It's because you're lying. It looks that way because you're lying. And now we can see how you're crafting these things. James Carville just said, just wait 30 days. You're going to see what the number is. Well, unless you got a crystal ball, James, you gave away the farm. How would you know in 30 days his approval rating is going to be 39? How could you possibly know that 30 days from now, he's going to be at 39? So understand what you're about to see in the media. This is the next narrative they've built up. Their narrative at this point is build the polls as here so that conservatives will then, share it and go, hey, he's at 52%. And let all of them share this now. And then 30 days from now, they drop another poll and it says, poof, the bottom has fallen out. Nobody likes what he's doing. Mark my words, it's coming. It will be 39. James Carville said it. They're setting this up. This is the master plan at this point. And you just got an inside glimpse into it. There's no way you would know that it's going to be 39 at the end of March if you already didn't know you guys were planning to make it 39. Wow.
Stuff. And what the data shows is that almost every single thing he has done is soundly and clearly, and in some cases, wildly unpopular with the American people.
MSNBC is a...
You hear what she just said? She just said every single thing he's done, and the exact words. Wildly unpopular. Those were the words she used. Did you hear it? Do I need to run it again? Wildly unpopular. Oh, well then, how come today it's the exact same words without the un? Wildly popular. And she just said wildly unpopular. Don't be fooled by these nuts. It's all a scam. Don't believe this poll and don't believe the subsequent poll. Just understand what you're seeing. You don't need to be looking at this stuff. I don't care what Harvest Herald says. Don't even post it. Doesn't make any difference. Use your eyes instead of polls. You should know by now. Every single one of you should know by now. that polls mean butkus. They're irrelevant. They're lying to you.
Ghost town. No one's watching these shows because they're all just lying. They're lying. They're still lying. They're lying constantly.
Where we are talking about.
And that's what I'm going to keep playing. I cut that. They're lying. They've made their living on lies. They're desperate at this point. It's amazing. They didn't even use a different term. Oh, he's wildly unpopular. Well, how can this one today say wildly popular? Try a little bit better. You guys know I've had Mark Mitchell on the show quite a few times, and he responded to this. He goes, James Carville needs to follow Rasmussen. Trump is still over 50. Doge is even more popular. Every other component of Trump's platform is even more popular. 48% right track. I think Carville is just saying provocative crap to try and stay relevant. It's not even just to stay relevant. He's saying this stuff because they got nothing else. And so the only thing they can do is try to claw as many voters as possible to make them seem, like everything is going well, which it's not. Let me, see, everyone jumped on this. They started talking about this poll. Hey, 58% he's doing better than Biden. 81 support. Don't fall for it. You can see where this is headed. Show the good one. And then when we show March and he's at 39, it collapsed. The words they use, it collapsed. Nobody cares. Just watch what you're seeing. Enjoy what everything that you're seeing Trump do. There was, what's his name? Rich. Rich said this. Some of them are doing, he's talking about the pollsters. Some of them are doing everything in their power to keep this from going positive, when the other pollsters who actually polled the election correctly show a positive direction of the country for the first time in 2 decades. You see, these people all blew it in the election, and they want you to believe again. Now we're better. I know we said Kamala was going to win. I know we said it was a lock. I know she was supposed to win Iowa by 13 points. Shh, that's old. That's the old poll. So what makes you think we should believe you now? Don't fall for it. Watch Richard. Watch Mark Mitchell. Talk to people who actually know. Don't fall for this crap. They will try to ensnare you every single time. And it's coming. It is absolutely coming. I'm telling you, just count on it. Absolutely count on it. So I know I wouldn't bring this woman up again, but she said something over the weekend which is even worse than the $5,000 nobody cares about. So she's on MSNBC, so listen to this.
What we're going to do, and we're talking about what we are doing. But a matter of amplifying those things is a lot more difficult. And I think that it's important that those of us that sit in Congress have to figure out what is really the best way for us to communicate. And we've got to settle into that and recognize that not everyone's going to sit on a podcast, not everyone's going to be social media savvy, but they are going to have to find their communication lane. And so I do think that it is something that we...
Everyone's going to have to find their communication lane. So understand what she's saying. It's 2025. Twitter started, I think I put my first tweet up in 2018, which is now X. YouTube started, I think, even before then. Facebook, probably around there. So we're talking 15, 16, 18 years that digital media has been available. Now, you got to find your communication outlet just now. So you're telling me, Democrats, now you need to find a way to communicate with people. That's what she just said. How far behind can these people possibly be when grandmas are having more communication than politicians? Because the politicians forever have been up here looking down on their subjects. They don't want one-to-one communication. When Ashley's out there and she's booking different people to come on this show, I'm amazed that these people are booking with her. I'm like, really? Senator who? Congress? Cool. Who's Adam Schiff talking to? Who's Nancy Pelosi talking to? Who are they talking to? How are they getting down in the dirt? Because they don't have any audiences. See, right now, almost all of the congressional people and most of the Senate as well, unless, other than, Matt Gaetz isn't in the House anymore, but there's only a few who have any real presence. Obviously, AOC, she can get down there and talk to people at a very low level and communicate. The rest of them, literally, it's a handful of people, and they've let it bypass. Twitter, X went flying by. YouTube, oh man, I don't have time for that. Facebook, it's just gone. And now in 2025, she comes on television and says, we need to find a way to communicate. However, she should have ended it right there. She should have said, we need to find a way to communicate with actual voters, like Donald Trump. And he went on the Obama show, and he did spaces with Elon. He did the boom, the bing, the bing. And Elon even invited Kamala Harris. Remember? Hey, Kamala, come on. I'll do a space with you. Okay, all you got to do is sit here. We'll talk to people. And you'll see in the chat, there'll be some questions here. How about you come on? No, I can't do that. So instead, you spend $1 million on a fake interview with Oprah that completely bombs because everybody can see your inauthenticity. You're fake. And so Jasmine here, at least she got that part right. We got to find some way to communicate. But then she blows it.
Struggle with. We know right now we obviously have X that's owned by Elon. We've also got, the other news network that I won't name and some other things. So there's an actual ecosystem that pumps out this disinformation consistently on behalf of them.
MSNBC is a ghost town. No one's watching these shows because they're all just lying. They're lying. They're still lying. They're lying constantly.
These people are just.
She's a liar. You see, that's the problem when she's saying that X is it consistently promotes disinformation. You know what? If you decided you wanted to interact with people instead of talking down to them and answered them in the responses, guess what? You could actually probably build some people but you don't want to build a following. You don't want to talk to people. You know what the best way to combat disinformation is? Truth. Absolute truth. But the reason why you can't combat disinformation is because you're a purveyor of disinformation, as we just heard. You just said that X is consistently putting out disinformation. You lied. You just lied. Speaking of liars.
Idiots. I really, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people because the level of stupidity that they are displaying every single day is frankly embarrassing, not just in Congress, but as Americans. And the fact that these people are allowed to say just the most ridiculous things tells you that the dumbing of the United States has arrived, because how else do we get a Trump presidency again?
You're too stupid. You Trump supporters should be shut up. You shouldn't be allowed to talk in the same place like I can talk about if I'm Ilhan Omar. I'm the one who should be talking and saying stupid stuff. You shouldn't be allowed to. You're an idiot, is the word she used. Idiot. This woman is a person in Congress, and she called Trump voters idiots. And yet she says we're the ones who are causing the problem. If you want further truth that the USAID thing is really hitting these people hard, even, where is this post here? Cenk Uyghur. I've been telling you guys this for a while. The Democrat Party is a ghost ship. It's not just that there are no leaders, it's that the leaders have no idea what they're doing. They chased after their leadership positions to satiate their ego. not because they knew how to lead. So the ship is now rudderless and adrift. I've been telling you guys that for months. There are no captains at the helm. This boat's just hitting the waves and bouncing around, and they're all playing it by ear. And you've got Ilhan Omar saying stupid stuff. You got Jasmine Crockett saying stupid stuff. You got AOC talking crazy. There is nobody with any real strategy. And the reason why I show you this stuff is because I think you need to be aware of what's coming. The next strategy being, hey, Trump's falling apart. His numbers are in the toilet. Oh, you guys all regret voting for him. It's coming. Once you start seeing the pattern, you're like, I can see what's coming. And they have notice when I play these people. And you know, somebody asked me the other day, Barry, why do you keep playing some of these people in addition to what I've just told you? One of the things I have to make you certain is, and so you can see it, is they never offer anything of substance. Yeah, and I don't know if you're paying attention. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Eric Swallowell, none of them. Yes, I did say Swallowwell. They don't say, okay, here's my proposal. I have a proposal to help people do X, Y, and Z. Nothing. Why not? Because they don't care about you. Show me the last time you've seen a proposal from any Democrat that is to improve your life rather than to restrain your life. They don't have anything. And now, because USAID is shut down and they're running around trying to get judges to stop this and stop that, they're not getting any money. Oh, you can tell now that the USAID was the slush fund. The USAID was the money train. That's how these people did what they did. In addition to things overseas that involved kickbacks, that train stopped at the station of AOC, at the station of Rashida Tlaib, at the station of Presley. And now we got no money. This one from Eric Doherty. New, angry Democrat donors have halted the flow of their donations. That's from The Hill. Donors say they are still fuming about the results of the 2024 election because they got lied to. One major Democrat donor said, quote, the Democratic Party, which there is no such thing, it's the Democrat Party. Notice how they're trying to take that name and make that the new name. Not the Democratic Party, they are the Democrat Party. And anyway, it's effing terrible. Plain and simple. In fact, it doesn't get much worse. So now they're going to be in a poverty situation because there's no way they're going to use their own money. And now that they can't steal money, yes, their boat is just going crazy. They don't have any money. And now they're out there begging. And I mean like seriously begging.
I am once again asking for your financial support. I don't have to tell anybody that we're living in dangerous and unprecedented times. We are fighting now against the oligarchs, Elon Musk and the others, who are essentially running the government, the richest people in the world. We're taking on Trump's movement toward authoritarianism, putting more and more power into his own hands, undermining the Congress, challenging the courts, not knowing what the Constitution is about. We are right now engaged in a major struggle to make sure that the Congress does not pass legislation which gives massive tax breaks to billionaires and then cuts Medicaid, education, and programs that working families desperately need. I am going to be running around this country along with others to rally the American people, to continue the fight for justice, to stand up to Trump and the authoritarianism that we are seeing. To be successful, we're going to need your help. So please, if you can send $27 or anything that you could afford, we'd much appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Can you please send me $27, says the multimillionaire. I need like $27. $27 will really help me. Dude, where's your donors? Where's the money? This is what they're up against. The donors are like, yeah, I'm not, you people are done. Notice he asked for money. I think that clip, let me just check. I believe that clip was all of about 2.5, 3 minutes. And in that 3-minute clip, let me just look at it. Yeah, that 3-minute clip, what was really interesting is that he didn't propose anything. Did you notice that? Just give me money. That's all I need. Give me the money. $27, please. Give me $27. 1,000 people give 27. That's 27,000. Okay, we're good for this month. I've made my grift. They got nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Just about 20 minutes ago, it blocks Doge from records containing personal information on Americans that might include financial data that relates to some federal student loans that have been given out and are being used for education. So this is an on-again, off-again issue. It will be fought until you find the right judge or the right courtroom to put a pause on it, and we'll see what comes of it. But that's just crossing a moment ago right here.
Over the weekend, I read...
All right, so they're running to courts over and over and over to get whatever court they possibly can to say that Trump's bad and he shouldn't be allowed to do X, Y, and Z, which is ludicrous as it stands. But they're getting these judges, and here was the judge who did the one this morning. It says, yet another Democrat judge throws a wrench into Trump's agenda. Judge Boardman ordered Doge to stay out of the DOE and the Office of Personnel Management. She's a Palestinian American. Maryland judge, a Biden appointee, has barred the Department of Justice from accessing the computer systems of the Department of Education and the Office of Personnel Management. Board joins a growing cadre of Democrat-appointed judges working to obstruct President Trump's agenda through judicial maneuvering. Judge Boardman, who exactly is allowed to look at this information? Just tell us. I think what Trump is doing is perfect. He is destroying these judges. They are making the stupidest thing possible, because all he's going to have to show SCOTUS and that's where it's headed, is before I took office, here are the people that had access before me. Fred Smith and Joe Lean Johnson. And who are these people? Who are these unelected people? Because they always say unelected. All these people here had access. What's the difference now? Oh, because it's my unelected people. So what they're essentially saying to the court and to the world is they're more powerful than the president. There is no statutory restriction as to who the president can put in charge of this data. Remember, Wally the Nigerian was in charge of the stuff from the Treasury. Wally the Nigerian wasn't elected. He was stuck there, and here's your office. Nobody checked on him. He paid anything. Him and his buddy paid every single thing. Nobody ever checked on him. But now the president can't allow his appointees to go in. And some of the Democrats are cheering these decisions as if these things are going to stand, when there's no possible way. But what this has allowed him to do is to flush out the nuts. Because I have to believe that Donald Trump knew they were going to run to different courts and try to get injunctions and do this and do that and the other thing. But he didn't know where the landmines were. Which judge is the stupid ones? The ones that want to stick their neck out so I can lop it off. Because you wouldn't know. And so now you're seeing where they run to. They are shopping it, and they're going to the judge they know they've got in their pocket. And so right now, these judges are coming up out of the swamp and sticking their head up, and they are destined to have them lopped off. And it was really weird. A show I saw, on MSNBC no less, where they were all cheering. Oh, it's great. Trump is getting stopped. And there's one guy who had a little bit of credibility said, I don't think this is what you think it is. Listen to what he says.
These headlines. And the headlines were like, Trump suffers legal blows. Another one was, Trump get hit with unexpected loss. Here was one, major DEI legal setback. And I think the concern I have is that people watching those headlines, especially people who don't like Trump, are going to think Trump is getting his butt kicked. And then when he wins, invariably, he's going to win some of these cases. They're going to say, well, what happened to all the butt kicking, right? Yeah. And here's why. These are not major setbacks. First reason, we are at the stay stage. In other words, in almost all of these cases, the court is issuing a stay. That is a pause. By definition, it is not on the merits. Nobody's winning or losing on the merits. They're hitting the pause button until they can decide the case on the merits. And
that's very important. They're not wins. We've heard a number of people say, we've won in court. We won. No, they have not won in court. All they've been able to do at this point, I want you to understand that, not a single one of these lawsuits has been won. All they have done is, the ones that they were able to get, were basically short-term, interim pauses. But nobody's talking about what's happened with a couple of them once they actually had the hearing, and the judge is like, yeah, I gotta let him do it. You see, you're running in as soon as you hear these orders, and you run right in with a pre-written document that says, if you let this continue, we're going to have irreparable harm. That has to be in their motion. We need a temporary restraining order / an injunction. We need to have this because without it, it's going to cause irreparable harm. All right, so the judge goes, all right, I'll give it to you, but we're going to set an actual hearing in 10 days. And so what Trump has been doing is, when's the hearing? Oh, March 15th? Well, just don't pay any attention to it until we have the hearing. Just ignore it. Just shut it down. Keep doing what you're doing. We'll deal with it at the hearing. So they're winning nothing. You're not seeing money flow to Afghanistan and Burma. It's not happening. Because when they go in for the actual hearing, now let's talk. And they lose. And they have the injunction removed. It doesn't dismiss the case because now the case has to continue. But there's no injunction, which means while the injunction, when injunction gets removed, at that point, Trump's just doing what he wants to do. It only stops things for about 7 to 10 days, given the calendar, making if there's no holiday or something. And so at that point, all it is temporary. T. Remember when you hear this and they say they got a TRO. T equals temporary. Well, how long is it temporary? Until the hearing. There is no hearing. That's why one of those judges, he gave out one when they say ex parte, because the other side, Trump side, didn't even come. They just screamed bloody murder. We're all gonna die. All right, well, we'll make them stop right now until we have the hearing. I bet you some of you probably didn't realize that. And in the interim, Trump's like, I don't care. Just do what you got to do. And we'll take care of it when we go into hearing. When they go into hearing, if you cannot prove irreparable harm, meaning someone is going to die, then they have no choice but to release the TRO. And at that point, you just let it play out in a court for years. They don't tell you that in the news. They don't tell you that a TRO is just for a little bit of time. It doesn't stop anything. You didn't win anything. You lied to the court, and then when the hearing comes in, you got to show me how you have irreparable harm. You could get a TRO. Literally. My girlfriend did this or anything. Can you get a restraining order against her or boyfriend? You can get. Then hey, let's have a hearing and see what the actual evidence is. Let's look into this. Oh. Dismissed. It's a simple tactic to slow down the Trump train. Can we just slow it down? But the inevitability is you're going to have to go to court. This is what he's telling them, and he's a Democrat.
Just like Danielle said, all of this is exhibition games, or friendlies, as they say in soccer. Yeah. They don't count. They don't count until they get to the last court they get to, which in most cases, because they're of unique constitutional issues, is going to be the Supreme Court. So these are not blows to the Trump administration. I don't see them that way. The other thing, and again, Danielle brought this up, the Trump administration totally expects they're going to lose in court a lot. Do you know what it costs to do an executive order? A piece of paper and a Sharpie. That's it. And they can go right back to the drawing board. One of these courts said, hey, the language was too vague. Do you know what that tells them? Just go draft another one. It's not like legislation where you need a bunch of people to agree on something. It is a pen and a piece of paper, and that's it. And here's the other thing. You could look at this as the headlines say, Trump losing here and there in court. Here's the way I see it. I'll give you an example. The Ninth Circuit on the the birthright citizenship issue. Yes, the Ninth Circuit just a couple days ago said, no, you don't get a stay. You can't ask us on an emergency basis to overcome the stay at the lower court level. But they were never going to win that. The odds of winning that emergency motion were very slim. The more important message I take away is that the Trump administration wasn't even willing to wait for the, a few weeks or months of a stay on this major piece of administration policy. They don't want to wait. They're going to fight at every single turn. And that means appealing absolutely everything with the knowledge that they're going to lose some of them because it costs them nothing.
So I want you to understand it. Trump's making these people chase their tails. Executive order signing. That's why he signed so many. Executive order signing. And yet they then have to run around and defend it. It literally costs him nothing. Literally costs the government nothing. Except for the ink and the filing. And then they got to go hire attorneys. And there's only so many times you can do that before the money's going to dry up. Remember, we're only 30 days in. We're 30 days in. And they're like, are we having to defend all this stuff? Yeah. You mean like all 100 of these cases now once they get past the TRO stage and we actually have to go to court? Yeah. Who's funding that? Not the government. They are going to need money for every single one of these cases beyond the filing of the TRO. Trump is defining flooding the zone.
Orders are the easiest thing to issue. So, as much as I came here and I thought, well, these headlines really don't tell the whole story, I wonder, Danielle, you might be with me on this to some degree because you made a lot of the points that I had to make. I do not see this as Trump losing over and over and over again. I think the more important, bigger story is that they're not going to stop and they're going to keep fighting at every turn, and they are going to win some of these.
The two people on the panel with him just had sad doggy face, like, yeah, you got no shot. You've got no shot, and every time you turn around, you come up with something more stupid. This came out yesterday. Democrats are contemplating shutting down the government in March. On March 14th, again, here we go, March 14th, the government shuts down. And they're thinking about it. What can we do to shut down the government? Like Elon goes, okay. If you want to, we're good with that. You want to go ahead and shut down the government. Good luck with that. Oh, my gosh. Marjorie Taylor Greene posted something I have to show you. And if you don't like profanity, I'm going to tell you right now to look away, and then I'll tell you till you can look back when the profanity is done. I know I say some things and it ticks people off, so I'm going to tell you right now, if profanity bothers you, don't look. All right, you're not looking? Marjorie Taylor Greene said, I voted for this. And it's the video of the FAFO where the guy is. Oh, this is just so funny. All right, you could look again because I took it off the screen, but it's too funny. Too funny. It's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. But if you thought that was hilarious, what I'm about to show you is comedy genius. What I'm about to show you is something that is... You realize at this point that somebody has wasted their career. They tried to be a news person, and it just didn't work out. But after you see this, you're going to realize, man, she's got a career in comedy because I want more of this. I couldn't get enough of this. Ladies and gentlemen, Joy Reid's comedy routine.
My show had value, and that that what I was doing had value. And in the end, I try not to cry on TV. And I say this is kind of like me on TV, so I apologize. And that it mattered. I see Karen is there, and she's been texting me as well. And so what I will just say is that in the end, thank you. Where I land is that the moment of guilt that I felt, that I went hard on so many issues, whether it was the Black Lives Matter issues of a young baby or a mom or a dad that was killed, or when we opened up people's eyes to the fact that Asian Americans were being targeted and not just Black folks, or went hard for immigrants who've done nothing but come to this country like my parents did and try to make a life and defended them. Or whether we've talked about what the president is doing that is subversive to the Constitution, that is injurious to our liberty, defending books that people find inconvenient, that Nicole Hannah-Jones put into our spirit, that we need to understand 1619 as the real founding of this country, whether it's talking about any of these issues, and yes, whether it's talking about Gaza and the fact that we as the American people have a right to object to little babies being bombed. And where I come down on that is I'm not sorry. I am not sorry that I stood up for those things, because those things are of God. I'm a church girl too, and those are the things that I was taught were of God. And so I'm not sorry. I'm just proud of my show.
Ooh, ooh, cry more, Joy. So, you know how people said, oh, she didn't get fired. She walked away. They canceled my crappy show that had value. To who? And so now you see where she's headed. She's headed the same route as Jim Acosta. She's headed the same route as Don Lemon. All these guys. And now she's going to, she already has it set up. She's got, look, hold on. She's already got the podcast thing set up. She knew it was coming. That didn't get put together in like one day. She got her podcast set up, her room behind her, and what she's going to be doing. She's okay, Joy. Have at it. I'm sure the guys at Midas Touch and some of the other LibNut channels give you a hand, get you on, get you going. Who knows? She may be the new Dan Bongino. She'll take Dan Bongino's spot. She'll go right to number one. Oh, I saw that, and then SB sent it to me too, and I'm like, oh man. These people are so disconnected, it's not funny. Actually, it was funny. I shouldn't say that. It was hilarious. Talking about being disconnected. Talking about being completely disconnected. Let me show you something that tells you that somebody's really worried. Somebody's got their pens on extra tight right now. Ooh, yeah, Mr. Adam Schiff. Selecting another right-wing Fox personality and internet troll, Dan Bongino, as deputy FBI director, means two things. Trump installs yet another loyalist who won't say no to any immoral or unethical act. And our law enforcement agencies and the public safety are further degraded. You know what's coming, Adam. Dan made no secret that he thought you were dirty. No secret whatsoever. And so now what we're going to see is Dan Bongino. I hope we see it. I hope we see it at this point where Dan Bongino can actually go after Adam Schiff. If Pam Bondi and Kash Patel take off the training wheels and say, "Go ahead, bud. You do you. Go do what you need to do with Adam Schiff and see what happens." Adam Schiff, run, get on a jet, go someplace. You're not protected. We already told you. Your pardon means boo-poo, nothing. It's only for January 6th. You got a whole other cast of snakes and vermin running around there. Boy, too bad. All right, let me just talk to you guys real quick about Patriot Addict, which some of you guys are really loving. Patriot Addict is giving away Trump mystery boxes absolutely free. No hidden charges, no recurring fees, none of that stuff. No BS, all right? Just cover the shipping starting at only $13.99. Depending on which mystery box you buy, the shipping might be a little bit more expensive, but it starts at $13.99. You get the box for free, the shipping costs $13.99. If you're interested, just go ahead and scan the QR code right over here and imagine unpacking Trump gold bars, Trump socks, Trump beanie hats, and who knows what else. I want the Trump knives. But hurry, stocks are flying off the shelves and we would not want you to miss it. Don't wait, scan the QR code right over there and get your free Trump mystery box right now. Or actually, not now, they're going to deliver it to you. But it's coming. And I've seen so many favorable comments. Barry's going to keep working with these guys, talking about myself in the third person. It's kind of weird, isn't it? But I'm going to keep working with these guys because I think it's a fun thing to have, a fun product for you guys to be involved in, and it makes so much sense. All right, let's take some comments because hey, that Joy Reid thing just got me. That's pretty funny. Yep, yep, that's all you got to say. That you just said it. You just said it. So, if you guys don't know about that, yeah, I can't talk about it here. I talked about it in my live stream on X, which I'm going to do more of that. You know, it was pretty cool. I'm sorry that we had a couple of hiccups with the sound, which I think it's a microphone. I'm going to try it again tonight. Right after we get up of here, I'm going to wait like half hour after and try it again. She has more crap than a farmyard. I got the Trump socks years ago. Very good. What was that? Was that her house slave that came and gave her the hanky? You can't be pardoned unless you do something. We all want government cleanup on aisles. Joy Reid is now acting like a victim. Yep, after just vilifying anybody Republican, anybody white, now she's the victim. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Hey Barry, I got my three knives from Patriot Addict. I love you guys talking about it because it makes so much sense. Trump mystery box site is down, maybe because of so much traffic, but you know, keep going because people love it. That's why we're going to be doing a lot of work with them moving forward. Let's see here. Toilet paper for the turd. I'm telling you, dig in. I didn't hear about Fauci's passport being pulled. Didn't hear that. Pencil Neck was doing something with I can't post it, but you guys can. Yeah, you can see it. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing. You're sitting there crying. You're sitting there crying. And let me just look so you don't have to feel too bad about Joy Reid. I think Joy Reid made $3 million a year. Let's see what they say. Let's check with it. Yep, I nailed it straight up. Joy Reid, let's see if I can put it up. Yeah, I put it over on this here. Joy Reid's salary was $3 million a year. So she's good. She got a whole bunch of money. $3 million. She was one of MSNBC's highest paid hosts. Now you understand, nobody's watching that show. Nobody. And she's getting $3 million a year. I'm like, man, y'all need to be cutting me a check for $3 million a year. For $3 million a year, I'd probably sit here 24/7. Y'all have me all day and all night. Robin have to come in and feed me intravenously and stuff. Turn this chair into like a reclining bed for $3 million a year. And she did one show a night for 1 hour. We've been talking for 3.5. She did one show a night for an hour and got paid $3 million. And now she's crying. Oh, crying. Oh, God. My show had value. Not enough. Obviously, not enough. It's funny. SB just points this, says, Elon Musk, it's absurd that a 5-minute email generates this level of concern. Something is deeply wrong. Every American who's ever worked looked at that email and said, you're upset that you have to send an email? Really? Come on, man. An email? I mean, look at this. The American Federation of Government Employees and the National Treasury Union, two of the largest unions representing federal workers, instructed their members to ignore Elon's request to submit 5 bullet points outlining their accomplishments for the past week. Unions tell civil service employees not to provide weekly progress reports. Union leaders urged workers to ignore the directive, insisting that accountability had no place. I want you to read that last sentence with me. Union leaders urged workers to ignore the directive, insisting that accountability had no place in government bureaucracy. What have they done to our country? What have they done? Accountability has no place in government. You should never have to substantiate what you're doing. Just keep the checks flowing and shut up. This has all been exposed now, and hey, James Carville, let me just tell you, it ain't going down. His ratings are not going to collapse because normal people who have to account every single week on their jobs, you say stuff like that, accountability has no place in government. Wow. Wow. So Elon saying that is absolutely huge. There is something really, really, really wrong. I mean, just beyond wrong at this point. Our government, they're so afraid of things being exposed. It's crazy. Oh, man. Let me see if I found it. Yeah. What is this that he's posted? Elon posted this. I don't even know what it is. It is this is what SB was saying. Absurd that a 5-minute email generates this level of concern. Something is deeply wrong. I guess it's a video of many of the people complaining that they took him and put him on TV. The people went on television crying and complaining that they had to substantiate getting a paycheck from you. Oh yeah. SB, I didn't get. Oh yeah, I just got it. Oh my God. All right, so I'm gonna close with this because you're gonna have to take up a squeegee and pick up the brains that are exploding from libnut heads at this point. I'll download this video tonight, but Vladimir Putin says Russia is ready to supply the United States with 2 million tons of aluminum, which will help stabilize prices. The U.S. is the largest importer of aluminum. This will drive down the cost of so many things. They're done. They're done. Absolutely done. I'll download that video for the 8 o'clock show, but oh my God. I'll cover that some more in depth too. I mean, you guys have been here too long. I don't want you to be like get bored or anything, but wow. Check this out. Hey, if you'd like to join 15,000 plus fellow patriots on X in our private X/Twitter group, go to fanfareshop.org/group. Just put in that URL in your browser. It'll take you right to our private group on X. Love to see you there. Let's share some content. And if you'd like to win a hoodie, or rather if you'd like to enter to win a hoodie, go to fanfareshop.org, fanfareshop.org, and register to win a Trump hoodie.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so let me go ahead and look at the super chats. Let me pull this aside. Don't forget, tonight we give out hoodies. We give out hoodies at the 8 o'clock show. Hold on, I'm getting this straight so we can get everything in here. Wow. Vladimir Putin wants to give the United States that kind of money. I mean, that money, 2 million tons? Tons! That's absolutely huge, people. I mean, huge. That he's gonna give the United... Democrats will have nothing to stand on at that point. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. All right, let's see here. Why don't we do this and break this up? Don't forget, tune in tonight for the hoodies. Let me just make this bigger so everybody can see. I can't make it too much bigger. And here we go. All right. And boom. Gasworks. Wow, MAGA saved America. Thank you very, very much, Gasworks. Awesome. Ring the bell. Let me do this. CR, the cameraman, is on shrooms. Haley Orozco, forgive my ignorance, Barry, but who is this guy and why is he important? I'm not sure if you were talking about Macron. Is that who you were talking about? That was the president of France. Okay. Mega Man, we must take care that our republic does not degenerate into a democracy. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that we are a republic and not a democracy. Toby, thank you. Congrats on the silver. Vishu, in the toolbox of life, Jasmine Crockett is the ultimate ratchet. Tommy, how you doing, brother? Back to work for Tommy. Glad y'all like my newest guitar solo. Yes, it was very cool. Lynn Goldmar, Schiff is going to be changing his Fruit of the Looms soon. He's going to need extra pairs, that's for sure. Sharon Devotions, enjoy your show, Barry. My husband and I watch you every day. We don't watch anyone else. We appreciate you following from Greenville, Tennessee, and we are replants from Asheville. Very nice, thank you. Nancy Jennings, what about the Russian pipeline that Biden gave the green light on? A touchy situation moving forward. You mean the Nord Stream? Is that the one that they blew up that you're talking about? Tommy, everybody remember Tim Kaine questioning Cash. Now picture Jack Nicholson. Now the Joker. Now back to Tim Kaine. Yes, that would be very funny. Sue Evans, Barry, I want to thank you for exposing the sea of lows. I canceled my order this morning and went to Home Depot. Now they're trying to say that he didn't say it. So he's going to have to come out with a more of a mea culpa than that. Sonia Brown, what about those unable to work but want to prosper? Depends on what makes you unable to work. If you can do what you just did, if you can post a comment and you have either a keyboard or a phone, there are things you can do to prosper. And it doesn't require lifting anything or moving anything. D-Lad, Barry didn't praise Putin. Nope, between options A or B, option A, Putin wins, or B, Putin loses, he's proposing option C. How do I win? Love how you put that. Yeah, I love how you put that. Tommy again, I pledge all notes, measures, and timbers to my Master, my Savior, and my Father in heaven, the Holy Spirit. Promise the world if I kept his name above all, I have all my talent comes from the Lord. Well said. I am hermit, make money, not war. War is bad for business, extremely bad. Well, it's good for some people's business. Kenneth Visant, God bless you and staff. Thank you, Kenneth. Arizona Guy 1, Bear, I bought gold coins from Patriot Addict yesterday. Thanks for all you're doing. Dan Bongino is going to do some fabulous work. He will indeed. Hey, Stephen, Bongino is worth more than 100 mil and has about 14% shares in Rumble. Today's episode of Dan, he was sad, but he loves America. He had 256,000 people in his live. He's giving up his podcast to take care of America. You got to salute a guy that does that. You absolutely have to just say that's one man. That's a man right there who understands what he wants to do for America. He's like, I'm putting all this on pause and I'm going to go take care of America. Love that. Petras, Macron, drama teacher, now husband. World peace, 12,000 watching, but only 4.8 likes. Thank you. But sometimes what happens is YouTube has to wait and they generate the likes slowly. Tolbeck, thank you. Kim Ross, thank you. D-Led, and when fair share is defined, it can't be disproven. Exactly. Kim Ross, found you election night. Thank you from North Carolina and love my Trump knife and Lear Capital. Great to work with. Thank you, Kim. Thank you very much. Mary Boston, Mad Cow. Bruley Music, just stopped by to say hi and thank you, and to your terrific mods for doing an amazing job of keeping us informed. God bless you. Go MAGA. Thank you. Barry, do we really care about the polls? Nope, I don't. I don't. I can tell. Put it this way. My poll is you guys. I see what happens with my channel. I see what happened with Dan Bongino's channel. I watch Benny. I watch Patrick Bet-David. I see everybody's flourishing. I don't need a poll. I see it all. Eric Marshall, A1, a last step for giant leap for unmankind, AI. Conrad Bouchard, thank you. D-Lad, technically, FAFO graph should put Bongino on y-axis. What did I do? Captain Danny. Danny, we got to come up and see you. We're going to go some fishing. Adam Schiff, you have the right to remain silent. I hope we hear that very soon. Hey, Joy, how are you? I literally have logged all my calls, and what I do at the end of the day, send email to my manager, remind I work for the government. Got to be a reason they're fighting. They got caught with their pants down. Stephen, again, Joy Reid will probably join the most evil podcasters, demo rats called Midas Touch. They are pure evil and throw Trump on every bus on Fifth Avenue. What are you going to do about them? Noricat, keep up the good work. All right, everybody, we're about to start the after party. I'm working on it. Okay, let me just tell you, I didn't know it was going to get there. But I'm working on a potential sponsor for the after party. And actually a couple of them. A couple people have said, listen, you're just playing this on the outro and people are just hanging out? I'm like, yeah. Well, what if we gave away trips to the beach or vacations? You know, like to Sandals or to, you know, different resorts and things of that nature. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this audience would love some free trips. I'm pretty sure. Y'all start letting me know in the chat if that's something I should work on. If I should work with some of these resort areas where like, hey man, this after party thing looks pretty cool. Let's look at it. Like, okay. Let me know what you guys think about the after parties. I just think I saw a late chat coming. Oh, Nina Giananga, thank you very much. Maximus said, I just looked up the standard hotel thing. Yeah. You go there, it gets crazy. All right, everybody, thank you. We'll see you about 8:30 tonight. And thank you guys for all you guys for hanging out. Thank you very much.
Washington.